ladies and gentlemen, with another game in day number 1 sa Philippine qualifiers ng Predator League 2026. My name is Ramon. With me is Bluey. We've casted the first game between Zipto Esports versus Team Secret, and we have already crowned our first winner in the Swiss system. But now it will be the second game, and it's gonna be Oasis Gaming versus Kadaliman Esports. Both very exciting rosters in the year 2025.
Very exciting. That is absolutely correct. I mean, Oasis Gaming and Kadaliman Esports, time and time again, these names have fought each other in this industry. I mean, you have Oasis Gaming with Zeus, Tesseract, Zin, Slatom, and Don Romantico going up against a new face of Kadaliman Esports with Dre, NDG, Borkum, Ur, and Yux. Now, these names, although, yes, they may be new to the teams, they aren't new to the ears of the viewers here, as they have played so much Valorant in the Philippine scene. So let's talk a little bit about Kadaliman Esports. Can you give us a little bit of a background as to who these players are and where they've been in the industry, Ramon?
Well, syempre, Kadaliman is not only just a group of friends playing Valorant all together. They're just here to actually put a lot more of a landscape sa kung ano yung capabilities ng local PH scene when it comes to Valorant, players, when it comes to Valorant talent, as well as kung ano yung magagawa mo when you give a lot of money into a system that is usually said as unstable. What if magiging stable siya in the future thanks to a lot of computer shops, a lot of teams na gustong-gustong makapaglaro sa mga tournaments nila para lang ma-develop lalo ang local scene natin. Yan ang naging vision ni Boss Narpim. Shoutout nga pala sa'yo, Boss Narpim, na talagang maayos ang vision para lang makahanap ng susunod na Valorant team para makapag-represent sa ating ngayong era ng generation ng ating Valorant esports. No? I think it's a very good vision, and that's why you put up these names katulad ng sinabi mo kanina sa Kadaliman para lang matayo yung bandera ng Pilipinas. And not only that, yung Kadaliman as a whole, kasi this brand in particular has been known all throughout Valorant local esports even before 2025. That's how much history this Kadaliman Esports roster or organization has actually built up over the years. Kaya ang dami talaga mga fans yung etong roster na to dahil lang sa sheer presence nila dahil dito sa ating Valorant local scene talaga.
Absolutely. I mean, you have names like NDG and Borkum. I mean, these guys have been on the Team Secret roster, which, you know, quite sad that they
quite
lost
a long time.
Yeah, quite a long time ago. But again, NDG and Borkum, these are the names that you have to look out for, especially in the position that they're in right now. Yeah. Playing together here in the Kadaliman Esports team. But moving to the other end of the stick here for Oasis Gaming, Zeus, Tesseract, Zin, Slatom, Don Romantico, which I believe is Marky, if I'm correct. But regardless, Oasis, another cohesive team, same standing as how Zipto is, and how they're all about being able to just carry over those disciplined plays that they have together. And that's exactly what Zeus, Tesseract, Zin, Slatom, and Don Romantico have against this Kadaliman Esports. So a little bit of a mirror to what we saw from that previous match. You know, it is going to be a very disciplined, cohesive team going up against, you know, a star-studded roster with experienced players such as NDG and Borkum, and Yux and Ur with the firepower that they have, as well as Dre. So we'll see what will happen here in this next match. But what do you think? What is your take on this match coming into this, Ramon?
Well, more openly, I want to focus a little bit on Oasis Gaming, since this team has only made a minimal roster change. All the way, if you compare it to how they were on Predator League 2024, they're still keeping 4 of the players that they played in the run Predator League 2024 up into this year, where they only have Zin now, which is honestly an obvious firepower upgrade over what they've had last year. Zin is the type of player that you can never underestimate when it comes to the duels. He will outfrag you in every certain aspect if he is feeling the moment. And I believe also in their playstyle in 2024, where he had the run with Zol Esports as well, he was a phenomenal duelist, but he was also flexing in between that and the Sentinel as well. How will we shape up in this age where the Sentinels, specifically the Cypher and the Deadlock that we kind of know from him, is not being played as popular as how we are right now in the current patch, right? Like Cypher is not that strong anymore. You don't have the reveal. You don't have that much of an agency and security when it comes to anchoring down the site. Will Zin just be a hard duelist? But that's already what Zeus is in the table. So what is he gonna play this time around?
Yeah, that's what I want to hover on, is the fact that Oasis Gaming and Kadiliman Esports, like, these are known names in the Philippine Valorant scene. But at the end of the day, Kadiliman Esports, they've had a lot of roster changes. But Oasis Gaming, although yes, there were minor changes in their rosters, Oasis Gaming still stayed true to their core. I mean, Slatom has always been there. And just the way that Oasis plays has already been ingrained to all of the players. So it's going to be very difficult, I feel like, for Kadiliman Esports to change up sort of how the playstyle is going to be. I mean, yes, they did perform well in their qualifying run. They qualified in the second qualifiers, if I believe so, for Predator League PH. But now, it is gonna be very, very difficult to see. Pero makikita natin dito kung ano ba ang mangyayari sa ating match number 2. Ramon, saan na ba tayo pupunta ngayon?
Well, punta muna tayo sa ating discussion around Kadiliman Esports. This is a brand that we know and truly love. Thanks to the efforts from Boss Narpim, dating back to the time that he has been a pro player in this organization. He is now being the grandfather of the local Filipino Valorant scene as well. We have Dre, NDG, Borcom, Yor, and Yux now heralding the roster that is Kadiliman Esports. And I've had healthy discussions with the management over at Kadiliman Esports to tell me how exciting this roster can be. Yux is here to kind of flex around the roles of either being another duelist for the team or somebody who can actually put a lot more numbers into the mix as well. You've seen him in a lot of other rosters be this type of player that you can kind of rely on to fill in a gap, to fill in a hole that any other roster can actually have, whether it's a missing duelist or a missing flash for the squad or another smoker that they want to play in the double controller comp. Yux is going to be there to provide all of that. Plus, the exciting prospect of NDG and Borcom playing together kind of dates you back to when they were on Team Secret, as you mentioned before. So, will this be a reunion coming up into fruition now that we see them playing together in the Kadiliman Esports side? Or will this be another lesson played in this day one, since sometimes that star-studded roster that we kind of mentioned time and time again is not always going to be playing so well up against experienced teams?
Absolutely. I mean, at some point, when you have a star-studded roster, egos just clash. But then again, you have to look at how Kadiliman Esports handles their own in their qualifying rounds. But now, moving on to Oasis Gaming, however, we're going to be seeing them right now as they are getting ready for this match against Kadiliman Esports. I mean, this team profile is just absolutely beautiful. You have Zeus, Tesseract, Zind, Slatom, and Marky on the ready to prowl, ready to hunt for this match. And I feel like they are very much excited in coming into this match. I mean, look at this. Smiles all across the board. Vibes are just flowing for this team in their boot camp right now. So, makikita natin, medyo seryoso yung mga mukha ng Kadiliman kanina, no? Compared sa Oasis na nakahiga, tumatawa, hinahawak yung heater. I mean, like, come on, let's all just, at the end of the day, it's just all fun and games in Valorant. And we're just here to see the highest peak that is possibly be achieved here in the Valo PHC.
Yeah, honestly, it's just the change in mentality that we can kind of compare to both of these teams. For Oasis, they kind of been in these types of stages for the longest time, right? And even though we kind of have the veterans playing forward in Kadiliman, most of the roster is pretty young. So there is a lot of improvement that can still come into play dito sa ating Predator League. But most of it will come from their experience playing up against experienced teams just like Oasis Gaming. So hopefully they pick something up, win or loss, against this team in particular. Kasi the Oasis Gaming roster, with the lineup that they have, it's pretty big, man. It's pretty hot on their heels so far with the star-studded lineup that they got so far.
I mean, just the way that Oasis Gaming has been playing through all their games outside of Predator League, it's very difficult to see Kadiliman Esports covering over this. But right now, let's move on to our promos, Ramon. What are we going to be bringing out today? It is going to be the Helios Neo 16S AI. Unleash peak gaming speed and power with Predator Helios Neo 16S, giving performance that doesn't compromise. Shop now at Acer Predator Online Shop, Acer Predator Shopee, Acer Predator Lazada, or any resellers near you.
Yeah, but never forget about the Helios 18. Step out, stand out, and be ready for anything with the Helios 18 as well. Shop now at the Acer Predator Online Shop, Acer Predator Shopee, as well as the Acer Predator Lazada, or at any resellers near you. These are the top of the line laptops that we have. The Helios 18 as well as the Helios Neo 16S AI. So hopefully you get them on the market. They are the best in the business right now. So thank you so much for Predator Game for sponsoring this whole tournament as a whole. But with all that being said, there's a lot of talk about what we can expect out of this matchup. So why don't we open up the predictions online right now? Oasis Gaming versus Kadiliman. And I'm going to go for a safe bet. It will be Oasis 1-0 for me in this lineup. What about you, Mr. Bluey Cast?
I mean, kanina tumuligsa ako sa'yo. Pero ngayon, sasabayan kita dyan. Oasis Gaming takes this low diff. 1-0 against Kadiliman Esports just by the sheer experience that this roster has. I mean, the stats don't lie. The experience doesn't lie. The playstyle is there. And against a team like Kadiliman Esports, where they're still, trying to gather that sort of like momentum that they need and that sort of cohesion that they need as a team, it's going to be it's pretty much night and day in terms of on paper what this game looks like.
Totoo. Sorry nga pala ulit sa ating sa aking mga friends na alam kong nagsusuporta nga naman sa Kadiliman, pero it's kind of a little bit hard to put some stock into that team. Oh, exciting sila, malakas nga naman sila. Pero if you compare that to a team that has already built out all their life, all the org's life around Valorant, then it's kind of easy to trust that kind of system dito. So Oasis Gaming nga naman, So hopefully I'd be proven wrong as well. I'd be happy to see Kadiliman also get their win dito sa Swiss system natin, as every player dito sa Philippine League honestly is a pretty cracked player in their own right, especially if you consider that not only is the duo the type of firepower that we're looking out for, but it's also the young guns that we kind of see pop out. Mali mo, mag-pop up si Yux ulit. Mali mo, si Yor pala, yung standout player nila. What if si Dre pala, yung manggulat sa atin dito?
Oo nga eh. Masyado tayong nagpo-focus sa mga kilala na. Tignan naman natin yung mga hindi pa kilala masyado. I mean, regardless of what you say, even if they weren't playing together in the same team, these names have been in the scene for a long time. I mean, Yux, these guys were just absolutely impeccable in their performances individually. I mean, right now, based on their qualifying run, you can see Yux's KDA ratio is 2.0 with a total of 100 kills and 71 deaths. Dito naman kay Yor, he had 80 kills and 59 deaths. That's racking him up with 67 assists with a KDA ratio of 2.49. And that's only coming from their second qualifying run here in Predator League PH. So honestly, it's really anyone's game. I mean, based on statistics, based on the facts, they have what it takes to, just brute force this. But then again, you're already in a stage where it is going to be against a really cohesive team that no matter how hard you push, no matter how hard you aim, they will always have contingency after contingency. And that's what Oasis Gaming has been doing all this time, being able to prepare for those scenarios, being able to, really just position their players properly to bring them over the line and just stay there and take the lead in certain scenarios.
To the credit of Kadiliman, Oasis Gaming hasn't been playing an official for quite some time, unless we kind of count challengers as well, but it's been a couple of months before they were actually able to play off of that official as well. So we'll never know. Maybe the constant scrims, the constant practice is enough for Oasis to get them over the line. But for the side of Kadiliman, it also comes into the same effect as well for them. It's been a while since we've seen them play as well, but they did play in the open qualifiers, so that could be more than enough to warm them up into the system of Predator League, as well as kind of warm up into the local scene that we've had recently compared to Oasis Gaming. So malay mo, mas warm na ngayon ang Kadiliman. Malay mo, sa new system at saka sa new patch as well, mas alam nila kung ano yung meta ngayon at kung ano yung kailangan nilang laruin this time around. As perfect timing, it will be time for agent selection right here, right now. Oasis Gaming. It'll be a time to shine against Kadiliman Esports right now as it's Corrode for our second map. And look at that, Borkum on the Phoenix. We don't see that very often from him.
Are you sure this is correct?
Is this it?
Is this
Really?
direct ito ba yun? Okay. Borkum on the
ba yun?
Phoenix, you're on the Viper, Yux on the Omen, NDG on Fade, and Dre on the Killjoy for Kadiliman Esports. And now, for the other end of the stick, Oasis Gaming, Zeus on the Waylay, Tesseract, the bread and butter sort of use of agents here for the side of Oasis Gaming. As we can see, you know, this is something that MIBR would run. But now, on Corrode, Phoenix, that's something I haven't seen yet. I mean, as much of a wild card this Kadiliman team, Kadiliman
On
roster
Borkum
is.
too.
Yeah, on Borkum, that's very questionable. But then again, we don't know. Casters lang tayo, tol eh. Maybe they have something.
Pre.
Maybe they have something up their sleeves that they aren't showing us just yet, and it might catch Oasis Gaming off guard, considering that, like you said, they haven't had that sort of experience playing together for quite some time. So let's see if Kadiliman will take over from that.
I mean, siguro nakasanayan ko lang yung Team Secret days na naglalaro si Borkum. I kind of usually see him on the controller role way back then, but that was literally back when he was playing in VCT Pacific. And since then, he's been evolving in his role. I remember his LFT post, he was open to playing either Initiator or still holding on to his controller role. So this probably is one of the evolutions na nakuha nga ni Borkum throughout the years. Mukhang mas confident na din siyang kunin yung duelist role whenever he needs to. And sige, I kind of want to see it. I think he's cooking.
Parang pilit ka ba na?
Hindi ako pilit. I kind of like it now that I'm considering
you like
it.
it.
You know? It's not the fast push na medyo na-expect natin from Waylay. It's not a Neon or a Raze that we can kind of see from him. It's a Phoenix in a map that's kind of scratching the surface on what the meta comp is supposed to be.
Absolutely.
Oasis Gaming might actually have the read on it, but I kind of want to see Kadiliman cook. It's pretty unorthodox.
I feel like with the way that Corrode, the map itself is built, it's going to be favoring Kadiliman only, and if only they play with those trades, if they play very, very slowly here. Take those early picks, take those early frags, take out potential pushes from the flank here that Oasis Gaming could be putting down. But at the end of the day, with the bread and butter pick, tried and tested ang composition ng Oasis Gaming dito. I mean, Zeus has been an amazing duelist for this squad, and him on the Waylay. We've seen a Waylay performance by Ja from the previous match. Now moving into the second match with Oasis Gaming, Zeus on the Waylay. I'm excited to see what they have in store for us, honestly. And not to mention, you also have Marky running the Yoru. These two players have what it takes to really bring over a team. Let's say there are scenarios wherein Tesseract's getting abused by Kadiliman, Zin's getting abused by Kadiliman, Slatam is going to be abused, or even all three. As long as you have both of these guys alive, time and time again, they're going to be able to bring that round into their favor.
Ganda din no? Sa storya ng Oasis Gaming, if you put it with additional context, they put so much investment into the two duelist players that you've had, where they started with Marky for the longest time. He was one of the earlier players ng Oasis. He kind of jumbled around a lot of roles. At one point when he started, he was on the duelist. He was their main duelist up until they needed to make a lot of roster changes. They needed to put him on either the initiator, the flash ini, sometimes the controller, sometimes anything that you can kind of expect from him. He had this bit of tense arc coming back from one of the early iterations of this roster to eventually actually finding their form now with Zeus being that duelist that they kind of invested that much time into from last year's iteration of Oasis Gaming. Right now, he's been proving that he's probably one of the best duelists that we have in the Philippines, but he has a lot to prove. especially with the system that we have in the local scene, there's not much opportunity for a Filipino team to get to the internationals. This is where they need to show up. This is where they could prove to everybody that we are the team that you need to show up into India.
Absolutely. But right now, I want to talk about how Yux was being put on the Omen. Now, looking at my stat sheet here, let's see.
He has a stat sheet.
I nerded out for this. But then again, Yux has he has the most kills in his team with 104 kills, 71 deaths, and a KD ratio of 0.68. But now it's completely different. I mean, he's gonna be playing a little bit slowly now, considering he's always gonna be the last one alive in this scenario, considering that he's gonna be using that Omen pick. But now, ladies and gentlemen, let's see who will come out on top. Is it Kadiliman Esports, or will we be taken to the Oasis? Let's see here in round number 1 on Corrode.
Attacking side for Oasis. Borcom now starting on Phoenix. Yep, it wasn't a glitch. It wasn't a bug. You are seeing Borcom on the duelist role. Pushing down with the frenzy, but Tesseract shuts him down with just one bullet on the gun. Will be Zeus with a second as well. So Oasis already starting the tempo early.
Marky, however, spotting out Viewer, tries to get a spray, but it hits the wall, not the head. As Marky gets a tag on towards him, as Viewer is forced to fall back. And Oasis here are just looking for any options that they can find. I mean, that Killjoy Dre is just going to make things really hard in this scenario.
It's not the best scenario for the side of Kadaliman. They wanted to do an aggressive push, but the A-Link side that they got on the defensive role that they had didn't really work in the timing that they wanted to. So now Yorka just wait and patiently, because they have the smoke, because they have the molly to actually set the Oasis in a bit of time to crunch. Now you're possibly set up into a close angle.
And now, here it is. Contact gonna be made. Smoke's gonna be placed down, and there's gonna be a full commit. A 5-man swing by Oasis. Dre spots one, but Zeus strikes down from the heavens. As Latham gets the plant, and now the site is theirs. And it's all up to Yux, the man that I was talking about right before this game started. Most kills, can he make it even further for his team?
Tailless all this time. They knew that after the smoke comes down, they were either going to play for the long angle or play close. They played the gamble stack correctly. And that just put into a fountain push for Oasis jumping. And despite that, because they knew that they had numbers advantage, they could do risky plays like these. Leaving it all up to Yux 1v4, only with a classic. Just set up for a 4K for Zeus. That will be 4 ult orbs for the young gun of Oasis Gaming. Puts it up to a 1-0 to win the pistol round.
A beautiful execution. I mean, they knew about the push that NDG and Borkum had for A main. Tried to get a chase down, but still nothing found as they walked into it. And just talking about how Zeus secured this 4K in the last round, I mean, we can see that they did go in for that 1-2-3 jump peak outside of the smoke. I'm guessing it's just the calm before the storm. Get it? Because it's Zeus? Okay, I'm stretching it out of it. But there it is, ladies and gentlemen. First round taken by Oasis Gaming. As the eye is going to be thrown out. Both haunts going to be used up here for both sides. But still, trench warfare on both ends of the map.
They just wanted to see, or get some info, react because of the smoke put down on them on the mid side. As Marky just looking for a pick. He doesn't need to get any more than just one. And as he gets the kill on Dre, it puts all the more pressure on the side of Kadaliman to peek on down. Tesseract as the second, as easy as that.
Wow.
They're just gonna hunt for the kills. And just free ult orbs for the side of Zeus. That will be 2 for him. Will be a kill onto Yux as well. So NDG and Borkum, the last 2 members for Kadaliman, to try to get a lot more damage than just 1 kill.
They're going for these orbs. They're not looking for a plant just yet. I mean, they have that confidence within them to look for it. As Zin spots down NDG, and it's all up to Borkum. He's faltering and dissipating inside of that Viper Molly as Zin secures both kills. A beautiful read there on that push from Borkum. As the second round easily gets secured, done and dusted, and cleaned up here by Oasis Gaming.
They took it cleanly, as you mentioned. And the fact that you could see it as damage from hindsight, but you put more ult orbs into the side of Zeus, that will be another convergence path easy to take into possibly a third round I could see a scenario where you could get an ult orb on the B execute and just ultimately ending it into that A short extremity push. That's a possibility for the side of Oasis. You're getting pretty close to get a really nice buy round coming into this. Early buy up for NDG. He does have the Odin, and he's stationed up into the mid side where he could deal some more pressure. But Oasis Gaming, they know better than that. They just push outside of that mid side without that much hesitancy.
Look at this. The creep up on towards A main. A lot of noise being made. And it looks like it's all up to Yux rather. And Borkum to hold this A site if ever they decide to explode. Ping's gonna be thrown across the map, as they know to check every angle, especially against a team like this, where they like to play ratty, as they have found out one. But now, looking for a swing. Dre, however, does not take the bait, as Tesseract is forced to fall back. Yux spots one, as Marty gets taken out. Paranoia on the ready. Saturate gonna get thrown out, but it looks like it is gonna be a bait out of utility here for both sides. Paranoia gonna be used up here from the side of KDM.
I mean, at this point, you don't really need to sweat when you're Kadaliman. You can just play for the info, and you know that they're coming from short. So Yux just has it. The shot has it. Every util, but Zin just pushed his bit to goes. Borkum defeated off into a 4 versus 3. Spike gone down,
Beautiful
and Borkum
shot
flashes
connected.
everybody onto the short connecting. Zin will get the wall bang to get the 3v3. The push on A, they know about this.
Falling into the hands of NDG. No spray down found from that use of the Odin, as the plant is secured, but HP bars are low. Dre takes note of this, but he's gonna get caught with his utility out. Now it's a 3v2. NDG has an Odin at hand, but can he expect this? A shot gonna be connecting here from the side of KDM, as Yor spots one. Spray down not found, but Zin gets the last bullet on his head as Yor gets taken out. Brock Meta on the ready, pulls out the Odin, but an up and down to secure it, as the buy was on the side of KDM, but Oasis Gaming stands tall, stands strong, and brings another round on their belt, taking the bonus away from KDM.
And despite the opening over to A main, the fact that KDM were willing to take the fight on short kind of costed them everything. It was the hesitancy for the side of Borkum to trade off at least Yux when he was peeking throughout that mid wall that was put up by Oasis. Kills them down, also takes down Borkum at the process, giving them full A-link control to convert it into an A-side push despite them getting A main, despite them killing that first blood. That just sets it up beautifully for Oasis to keep converting on A yard.
Absolutely. Just the space being taken by Oasis Gaming too. Beautifully executed. It's like they have them on the string. As Dre and Borkum have a flash on the ready. Shot can get thrown out, and it looks like the flash is in, but TP's right out on time. As the reaction times are just going to be a little bit faster. As the young gun Marky able to secure a kill, gets a spot down for Tesseract, and now he gets one down. Uses a Prowler to get a tag on towards Yux, but Yor spotting the kill with a shotgun. Don Romantico! And Tesseract clean things up with a 4-0 lead. And this very well may be a trigger for KDM to look for a timeout here in the 5th round.
They need to at this point. We're banking on the idea that anybody could push up on B main. But it was one agent that could actually take themselves out of the equation despite everything that's thrown at them. It was the Yoru from Marky. One click of a button, he's already gone from the flash. He's already gone from the possibility of a one tap in a blink of an eye. Sets up the side of Oasis to take that mid control for free because of the wall set up by Zind as well. They are prepared for the matchup, but are they prepared for Kadaliman? Already have so many eyes set up on that mid side. But Oasis are fully prepared for this. They're not going to be taking that mid fight for now.
And that's going to be very difficult. I mean, we can see here NDG already used up his haunt earlier into the round. So if they do decide to look for kills here, it's going to be very difficult to look for early frags before they can get the plant down, and they're solely going to rely on their retake, which they haven't really had the best of time doing so. But now, already exploding on towards the side, Don Romantico takes down Dre, and now he's already pushed up in towards it. Zeus takes down Borkum. He does not expect this, and now it is going to be a 4v3. Shots going to be connecting here for Yux in mid, and Zin gets taken out. A call is made, and information is all for the taking. Tesseract going to get stuck in towards it. Convergent pants casted on towards CT, and now It's all a matter of time. Yux slowly creeping out from mid. Tesseract spots one down. Yux takes down Stratom. And now it is going to be a 2v3. Yux, being the rat that he is, can he spot Zeus? But he gets struck down by Zeus. Yux gets taken out and Tesseract cleans things up and brings them to another dimension. As 5-0, unrelenting on these rounds. Oasis Gaming steadfast in their hold on the post plant and continuing the push on towards that victory.
And you can already feel that the ideas were sprouting out for Kadaliman. They knew that the best idea to play against this Mosquito comp was to play full retake. But what if they push outside of the sights into your arms when they had the opportunity? That's what Zeus and Don Romantico wanted to play around. That dimensional drift in towards that A-Link plush. Plus after he kills him off, there's another duelist popping out of the smoke to surprise them. There's just nothing you can do about that, even if you play retake. 5-0 for Oasis. And very well put, it will be the eco round for Kadaliman to start with. All pistols for them. Nothing to say something about in towards this buy round against Oasis.
And this is how Valorant is supposed to be played. Oasis Gaming, even if they get that aggression in towards their side, it's a calculated sort of aggression. They know when the timings are. They know that each utility has been used. There's nothing to stop them in their paths. And that's exactly where they've been thriving against this KDM team. They're so used to just throwing out utilities, just hoping for the best, and it's just not coming out in their favor. In terms of Oasis, however, they are timing these pushes perfectly. But as I say that, I could be proven wrong, as a lot of KDM's utility, a lot of their firepower is going to be placed in towards the A side. As a dash is going to get thrown out, spots it, Saturate going to get thrown out, and a spray down is good from Zeus. Spots one, a second one found. Yuri gets taken out, but Grace shuts things down. Zeus gets taken off of his pedestal. A Slapdom is there for the trade. And now it is going to be Don Romantico to take down the flank, and it's all up to the veteran Borkum with the frenzy. And y'all already know how this outcome is going to be, as Don Romantico has his sights set on towards Blink.
Not the best scenarios for Borkum, as he's already lined up for the shot on the Outlaw. Marquee closes a 6-0 for Oasis, as we kind of expected the outcome because of the buy round set for Oasis. Set them up with Marquee, giving all the trust into the Yoru, knowing that he has the mobility to join his team when his lurk does not work out well. He didn't need to use his TP. He called his troops to come onto him. He knew that he needed all the weaponry to try to brute force themselves into the A site. They cleared off the anchor on the left, and it was an easy rotate into the elbow push coming out for Zeus as well because of the light speed. Beautifully done on the timing, and that is the double duelist comp that is working out for them. An op shot for Marky, a kill onto Dre that puts a lot of pressure on the anchor on the B side, forcing Kadaliman to play aggressively somewhere else. That's where you see Borkum on the A side.
But look at this, already making it past Zeus. Yux, does he expect this? A flash gonna get thrown out, catches him off guard, but Zeus gets spotted here by Yux. They have no idea where he is at this point.
Wow. Zen has the free real estate. I mean, that mid play that they're trying to do, I think they have an inkling that both players on Kadaliman already figured it out, but knows Zeus's timing. He knew that he already pushed on towards that mid side. Gets the kill onto him, makes it a 4v4 in an instant.
There it is. Information gonna be taken here from the shadows used here by Yux. And there it is. Gonna be directing their forces on towards B site. Zin steals a kill on towards mid. Plant still not found, as Yux is looking for a kill here. And now there's gonna be contact in towards it. Yux finds two. Looking to make things possible. A 2v2 now. Paranoia gonna get thrown out. Looking to stick a defuse here. And it is gonna be a bait. Spray down. Not gonna be found. Spots one. Gets the 4K. As Yux, the kill leader of KDM, puts themselves on the board 1-6, as the retake was impeccable here and the positioning was absolutely stellar. KDM now up by 1 against Oasis.
They needed a light in the darkness, and Yux himself was holding the lantern. Pushes up outside of elbow, gets the perfect timing onto the players on Oasis looking the other direction. And the struck of Loke that he had when he peeked onto main when Marky didn't hit the op shot puts him confidently into the spike plant. But they baited him They baited them to peak. They baited him into Yux's positioning. That is where he shines brightest. When enemies just don't know how he was going to perform in that situation, he gives his opportunity and nets them the first round win. That will be the 1-6 for Kadaliman. And Oasis Gaming, they respect them entirely. They play this slowly. They know that every move will be accounted for them. But as long as Kadaliman keep their wits about them, this is still a possible tight game if they come to it.
Rolling the tides in towards their favor, Kadiliman. Now having a bit of inspiration there from their teammate as Yux is able to find a 4K to bring that round towards their side. But then again, here it is, another slow play by Oasis. Early on in the round, not much utility being used up by KDM. It looks like they have understood what to do. In scenarios like this, Prowlers are going to be thrown out. Just a trade of utility from both ends, as it is going to be a 3v1 if they do decide to swing Zeus. But now, already pushed up towards it, Ewer takes note of this, however. He knows that Zeus likes to get aggressive. No information is taken, and it looks like he is just going to be stuck in that position. But that means a lot of space going to be left out for him if they do decide to dissipate. What a shot there! As Don Romantico spots one, Zin gets one off camera, runs for the hills.
They don't know about Zeus yet.
But does Ewer take this? They do not know about Zeus yet! Wait a second! Ewer gets one, Ewer gets two! But even the observers was lost at that point. Both teams had inserts in two ends of the map. But at the end of the day, KDM just had the lower end, the shorter end of the stick, as I like to say, as Oasis gets that win.
Zeus didn't even need to move. He didn't even need to make a sound. They just inserted him on that mid-top position. Nobody bothered to peek. Nobody bothered to check the corners that they had. They were thinking about the info that was not even given to them. They don't know if somebody's gonna wrap around, if somebody was gonna come up from the flank itself. That gave an opportunity for Zeus to actually get themselves the double kill. And plus, the execute on B side wasn't even needed of an entry frag because it was given to them by Don Romantico Marky himself on the operator. Both sides of the spectrum winning out their gunfights.
Then again, A site served on a silver platter here for Oasis if they do decide to rush this. Then again, Prowler is going to be thrown out in mid to get them baited out and to stay steadfast in their position as Yux is just looking to jiggle an entry on towards A. Pings are going to be forced into this map as it looks like it is going to be short jiggle peaks from the operator. Smoke going to be thrown in, and it looks like it is going to be the one to trigger it as a flash and a decoy is on the ready for the side of Oasis. And there it is. It is going to be coming to fruition here as the push is on the ready. Dash going to be used by the Waylay, and that's a lot of space being taken as Tesseract is able to hold the flag, but Borkum is there for the trade, and the plant is going to be going down here for the side of Oasis Gaming.
That's a free upgrade and a free flank coming through for Borkum. That has to be noted by Marky. Right now, Spot Sim does not get the shot, so that will be a free dimensional drift as well as the run back for Borkum. He has to buy a lot of time and info, but this Viper Spit is doing a really good job of starving them of that in particular. No way!
No, that's just disrespectful. Trades the Phoenix ult with the Yoru ult. Dre gets one, but Slatom answers back with two. Gets another. Can this be possible? It cannot. As Slatom gets a 3K to clean things up, and this is just a lopsided match being shown by Oasis Gaming so far. I mean, look at this. Tesseract on the hold, using that utility to bait it. Borkum able to get that frag, but look at that, man.
Yes.
Disrespectful.
He had no choice. There's nothing that he could do at that point.
Yeah.
The moment that he pressed X, he knew that he was gonna be dead to rights because of the dimensional drift set up by Marky. He could just put him in a distance where nobody's gonna trade him off. They were all coming down from A short eventually, so it was gonna be a tall order for Kadaliman by the end of it.
Yeah.
Eco rounds, yes, but that just nets them one more win over to the Oasis side. So it's a timeout call for Kadaliman, a chance to breathe, a sigh of relief. But they need to put up more numbers if they want to break down the fortress that is Oasis Gaming so far on their attack.
Absolutely. I mean, it's surprising how it took this long in the match, 9 rounds in, on the 10th round for Kadaliman to pump the brakes a bit and try to gather whatever has been taken from the information that was given by Oasis in the terms of their attacking side. But again, like I said prior to this matchup, Oasis Gaming is going to take this cleanly just for the reason that KDM is relying a lot on hero plays. And right now, with this squad that they have, with Dre, NDG, Borkum, Yur, and Yux, only Yux has been able to step up when it mattered the most.
I mean, sometimes you can't really fault that on the other players because they're literally not given the opportunity to shine. It was only that one moment where Yux actually was able to get themselves that 4K because they were over pushing, because they were also looking the other direction. We haven't had a semblance of an event where Kadaliman from any single other player other than Yux to actually shine in that kind of moment. So hopefully they do actually branch out one more time, as it will be a default play for Oasis Gaming to play for picks this time around.
Absolutely. Right now, we're seeing greatness unfold between these two teams, Ramon. Just absolute impeccable Valorant being displayed, but not a lot of information being given so far, as it is going to be trench warfare still. 45 seconds left into the match, and we're already creeping up towards it. Smoke's gonna
this
get
angle that they set up.
Whoa!
Dead man. Oh, he's a dead man.
Beautiful
The
adjustment.
fact that nobody
Zin!
was covering for him. Yor was in a very comfortable spot.
30
Zin gets a
seconds
double kill. Oasis Gaming have an entry. And Kadaliman, they're all faulted because of the rotation.
Beautiful execution. I mean, the timings that Oasis Gaming have been putting down here,
Spike
have been
planted.
taking against KDM. It's like every move they make has already been written in the story of Oasis Gaming. And they're just here to continue and prove the prophecy correct. As a lockdown is going to be used up, but I mean, is this really what you were trying to do? I mean, Dre gets a kill there, but this might be the play that changes the tides. Tesseract looking
do.
for it. Yux spots one down, but it looks like he is going to be coming in from behind. Gets the net. Beautiful execution. Comes. Just absolute perfection from Oasis. He knew, Marky knew that he had the C's on the ready and used it up to catch both NDG and Yux out of that position. And look, that's exactly what happened there. He knew that they were deaf, made a run for it in elbow, did not expect that rotation. And when it mattered the most in the last minute, in the last moment, that it could have been even a little bit possible, Don Romantico was already there with a barrel on their heads, breathing above their necks, and another timeout called by KDM.
I was about to note that the position from Yor, although it's strong to actually fight up against anybody coming out of that A main position, it's not the best place to trade off of a Phoenix who is a dead man to a walking operator. It's not the best look so far for Kadaliman. Their short player is too busy trying to hold off of any mid rotation. That wasn't even coming his way. This is an Oasis Gaming that is putting mind games into every bag of trick that they've had all throughout this corrode map, and it's working wonders on their attacking side because they never even needed a fast push anyway.
Absolutely. But again, the way that we're seeing how Oasis Gaming is playing right now, this is why this comp is the bread and butter for Corrode. And every agent in their roster is being played to a T with the amount of communications that they're using towards each other. Just playing harmoniously, if that's the best adjective to use right now.
I think so. I think the Symphony has to shine a new tune into the matchup right now, as we already have the Viper spit investment on B main, and Marky's already made his presence known. TP'd back onto safety to the mid side as well.
Wow!
He takes it down thanks to the paranoia. It's gonna be the
Tesseract!
Tesseract gets a double kill. A spray through the smoke and even kills off Porcom, but it's gonna be a double peek into a double kill as well. But Don Romantico and Slatum, they open up the hopes of Oasis. It's all down to Yor in a 1v2 scenario.
Bloodbath being shown on the mid side. But at the end of the day, it's Oasis once again rolling the tide towards their favor. And the plant is down. Yor, 10 bullets in a dream. Has a phantom at hand. Snakebite on the ready. But I don't think it's going to be enough to go against these guys. I mean, this is going to be very difficult, Ramon. information taken there by Oasis Gaming. Knows exactly where the positioning is, already crept up towards it, and it looks like it is going to be Yor 50 on the barrel. Looks for a shot to connect for Yor, but Don Romantico romanticizes the round, as it is going to be double digits in the first half for Oasis. Looking to bring it to an 11-1, the biggest gap we've seen so far in this tournament.
This is unreal for Oasis. It was just falling into place for them. And it was an unlucky timing that could have started so well for Dre. He was willing to take the fight onto the mid side. But as he peeks into a willing Tesseract, a second frag just falls on his shoulders. An easy claim to get themselves another objective into a 10-1 for Oasis Gaming. A brutal outcome on the first half so far. And a possible 1-11 if KDM do not get themselves a conversion this time. Slatom, he's primed up with the paranoia. Peeks on in from Don Romantico. Does have the outlaw in play as well.
Wow.
But it will be Dre. It will be your 2-1 taps to hold to destroy Oasis Gaming.
And
what could
it is.
possibly be a 2-10. But Yux, these gets the third for KDM. It's a 2 versus 5. Eventually, they have some fight left in them.
Spike still not found here, but Borkum already lurked up in a really precarious position if he wants to go up against Tesseract, the Bulldog, going up against the Phantom here. It looks like it is going to be a double swing called here by Borkum. NDG finds one here for Tesseract, but Borkum gets taken out. Run it back, going to be used up here, going up against Zeus. It is going to be a shot to connect, and he's looking for a swing. Convergent Path's going to be used up, and it looks like a Saturate is going to get thrown out. No shot connect here, as Zeus finds two.
No
That's
way.
going to be found. Borkum, however, gets caught, and it is going to be a big up and down. Is he going to be looking for a fight? He is, and he fails to secure the round as KDM put themselves on the board. A beautiful hold from B main is all it took to secure another round on their belts. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, mentals, guns, and everything is reset, but only one change remains, and that is going to be the sides here in the second half of Corrode.
Unfortunately, not the outcome for Kadaliman. As yes, they have come out swinging in the last round thanks to an aggressive push from the two anchors that they had, Yor and Dre. They already noted about Marky, as well as Slatom's positioning in towards that B side, so they had some bit of map control. They converted it into the mid side push as well, which cut down Zeus in his attempt before he could actually get himself the 4K. It could have been a rock solid 1-11 for Oasis, if not for the brute force for Kadaliman. By the edge of it. 2-10. Push on in towards B main. They're already exchanging utility. Zeus is fighting from his dear life, but at the end of it, he does have Refract. And it will be Marky with the attempt right now.
There it is. Maybe the aggression is going to be on the side of KDM on this half. But looks like it is going to be a double swing by Dre, and Yor looking for a shot to connect. Doesn't find one as Yor secures a frag. And the momentum is shifting slowly but surely as the first frag, first blood of the second half is drawn here by the side of KDM. Don Romantico has an angle on towards Yor. Does he expect this? Shot's not connecting, but finds its mark. Either way, Yor gets taken out. And Dre's holding the angle, looking for a swing! As Marky
Cutting through.
puts him in his place, puts him in the dirt 6 feet under. Dre has been stellar in holding these angles, but at the same time, when it matters the most, Marky shuts things down, shuts the momentum down here. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. In the making, lurking up towards it, an angle held by Tesseract and Marky. Looking for a swing, gets one down, spots one, doesn't get another, but a lot of damage being taken. And a very smart retreat there coming from Marky as he is able to ask for help from his teammates. A 2v3 now, and they are forced to plant this as the attack is turned.
He knows that he doesn't need to first peek. He has to wait for his teammates. Zeus already joined up his presence. He also has Slatom on the flank as well. So it's going to be on NDG, as well as Yux, on how they perform this 2v3.
Paranoia on the ready here for Yux as long as they make that noise, and it is going to be a tuck on towards the box. No value found though from that Paranoia, as it is going to be Slatom against NDG. NDG falls, and Marky secures the first round in the second half. Again falling and crumbling in the face of defeat here for KDM. Pistol not found, as it's looking very bleak here for KDM to win against the Oasis.
It's 2-11, man. And it's looking dire as dire sets into the 2-11 scoreline. They have to force buy at this point. From the previous round, you saw that there was potential. They were pushing into the stack. And they could have actually capped off a little bit better, especially with how they handled that A main peak. But it was the bait and switch setup that Oasis Gaming were able to set up for themselves. One on pocket and one on the elbow position. Because they had no info on whoever was on that leg side, they had to check both corners. They never accounted for Don Romantico willing to take the fight to them when they actually peaked.
Slatom.
Now, will be KDM pushing onto the front line. Slatom gets one. That will be down for NDG.
This is a Hail Mary coming in here from KDM. They're just trying to force a fight, trying to induce outrage in this Oasis Gaming team, but they laugh at the face of whatever KDM is trying to show them, as they are going to be holding steadfast. Dre, very dangerous to swing this, but the smoke is going to be saving him from the angle. Triple swing, gonna get spotted out, sprayed down from the Bulldog, spots 3, a flash found! You're all that's left. Looking for a swing here, gets one down, Tesseract is out, but it looks like it is gonna be an outlaw not finding its mark. Looking for a swing, you're making things possible, keeping things alive, 1v3, Spectre at hand for Slatom and Zind. You're, however, Spike not found against 3 barrels of Oasis Gaming. Waterfall's gonna be throwing down, looking for it, the bait and switch, a spray down for Zind and Slatom, as it is going to be bringing us into match point at round 15.
Already talked about it. The consistent factor for this team is how recent, how well they have been practicing all throughout compared to Kadaliman. Well, they practiced that damn well, man. I mean, the amount of times that Don Romantico and Tesseract have made the difference in the fights that they've had, not only in their utility, but how well they approached the fights as well. They knew that once the mid side was gonna be made presence from Kadaliman, they could still just swing from the fights. They still had the better guns at the end of the day. As now Kadaliman, they have the better guns this time around. Borkum, bait and switch setup. Don Romantico down. That will be Marky giving his life up for the cause of Oasis, but they're walking into the crossfire.
And that it is an ultimate on the ready here for Borkum. Is he going to be using this? As Tesseract and Zind already positioned themselves in a very, very good position, considering that they have that information if they do decide to go for a fast rotation. But now, a walk-up being called here by KDM, leaving behind Borkum, as all the holes from the rotation are going to be plugged. Tesseract, however, is going to be met up with 3 guns from KDM, as that is going to be Tesseract falling. With the buy on their side, marching up towards B site. Zind already making his way on towards Link, and now it is going to be the site all for the taking. Haunt going to get thrown out. Prowler in, misses both shots there, but thankfully lands the second one. As Zind, man that's left with Zeus, Slatom gets taken out.
30 seconds left.
That's a peek from Zind as well. That's an over peek from the side of Slatom. He had no info, so he decided to actually find himself anybody over to the mid side, and eventually he found a bullet. 4v2, push on in for the B site. That's only Zeus for Oasis.
But it is gonna be Zeus falling. Very difficult.
10 seconds left. Spike
And this
planted.
is where the pressure starts to build. These situations where you think you have it in the bag and KDM answers back with a no, 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 we're not out just yet. And as you can see here, what I wanna showcase though, from how they pushed B side is even if they had that man advantage, hindi sila nagpakampante. Hindi sila dumiretso. And that's exactly how they won out that round. Even if they knew that it was a 2v4, 3v4 situation, they still came out on top because of how meticulous they were in finding those openings and finding those ways to enter into the site without having to have problems against the Oasis squad. But now it is going to be a timeout called by Oasis. Going to be using one of their timeouts in this scenario, as they haven't used one yet this whole match.
Siyempre, wag natin kalimutan na nag-overpush ka na naman sila dun sa may A-main.
Baka pinapagalitan ni Coach.
Parang gusto lang naman nila matapusin agad.
Oh.
Alam na nila kung anong kakain nila. Okay, sige. Ano ba? Paris ba?
Manginasal.
Mang inasal, pwede. May protein nga naman. If pa lang, andi na, syempre, baka masyado na marami yung carbs, diba?
Oo.
You know? Ano, Healthy tip lang naman sa mga kumakain sa mga inasal. Kung gusto nyo tumaas yung protein count nyo, tas hindi masyadong mataas yung carbs, bumili kayo ng pecho.
Yes.
Tapos,
The meta.
huwag kayo mag-chicken oil. Huwag din kayo mag-only rice. Kahit one rice lang, tapos pecho. That's already like 45 grams of protein.
Okay na yung timeout natin, boss. Tama na muna ang pagkain. At babalik na tayo dito sa ating laro, mga kaibigan. As Oasis Gaming in a 9-round lead against KDM. Looking like a clear-cut game. We ended the half at 10-2. KDM showing signs of life from that previous round. But Oasis called the timeout immediately. And there it is. A use of the utility, a use of the ultimate gets mowed down almost immediately. You're looking for a frag here on towards B main as Zind is jiggling this position. Wall gonna get thrown out. Gonna trigger Yours movement there, but it looks like it is gonna be a slow creep up on towards B site.
They had a slow inkling that it was an open A main position, but they didn't have the read that it was an open A site. So that puts KDM in a bit of an awkward spot. They're running into the Zind and Zeus B site. And that's something that they can never underestimate.
Now it's all up to Zind. He is alone on this site. A beautiful read being taken here by the side of KDM as they are slowly but surely creeping up. This is where their comp shines. These blitzkrieg attacks in which they're able to just explode when Oasis doesn't even notice it. But there it is. An opening frag here on the round off the timeout as Marky spots one. And here it is, an explosion found on towards the side. Paranoia gonna get thrown out, but Zeus spots two! NDG, however, and there it is, done and dusted! As Oasis Gaming brings us to the Oasis and takes us away from the darkness. Ladies and gentlemen, GG well played for Oasis Gaming.
And sometimes you can't fight the Oasis, you just have to run from it. And run was not the strategy for the side of Kadaliman, and that's why they got devoured in it for the side of Oasis Gaming. Congratulations on their roadmap. They have really put up a good storm, or how well they played this attacking side in particular. I mean, that's where the Shining Force came in for Marky as well as for Zeus, who literally were two sides of the attacking coin for this team alone. You got the aggressiveness from this Whaley. You also have the potential for the Yoru to also be aggressive, but you can also put him in a side where he's going to be lurking with that Outlaw. He's going to get a pick. He's going to go back to his team, and then he provides the flashes for you, kind of like what an Initiator can do on a role for this Oasis Gaming roster. So that's all the flexibilities already taken care of for this side of the team. But for Kadaliman, you saw those attempts, you saw those aggressive pushes, sometimes on B main, sometimes on that mid side, but already countered, not only because of the team composition from the team, because sometimes they kind of get countered by just one click of a button from a Yoru TP that doesn't really account to anything, but sometimes it's all just down to raw gunpowder, and that's literally what the difference was for Oasis Gaming. Not only the gunpowder, but how well they're able to adjust to the strat book.
Honestly, in my opinion, even when we saw the Agent Select draft for this match in Corrode, there's not that much time to find those experimental compositions, just like what KDM put up for us in this match. And that's why you have to rely on bread and butter picks that are tried and tested in higher levels of play, especially in a map like Corrode, which came out just a few months ago. But right now, we can see that there was sheer dominance on the map Corrode. Beautiful execution by Oasis Gaming. With this, Kadaliman needs to learn from this match as they have experience getting annihilated by this team, and they need to recuperate themselves for day 2 as they progress through this tournament.
I mean, it's not an easy feat whatsoever. They kind of got fed into Goliath of all people in the bracket right now as well, since it was an Oasis Gaming roster that was hungry to take the win. And as an organization as well, they were one of the earlier Predator League champions as well, around dating back to 2023. So this is it was a David and Goliath story that unfortunately Goliath actually won in their regard. But it was, to their credit, they did it in a way that actually showed that they were worthy to actually contend against the top teams here in the Philippines. So hopefully we see more out of Oasis Gaming in that regard as they move up to the 1-0 in our Swiss system.
But here's something that I want to highlight over, is that even though that they were completely just overpowered in this match. You have to consider that they're here for a reason. They went through the gauntlet of the open qualifiers and they have made a statement that they are here to play. And that's what KDM needs to put in their mindset right now if they want to stay alive in this tournament and take their name and put it in the top 4 of this bracket. But as of the moment, GG, well played here for Oasis Gaming. But right now, tatanungin kita, Ramon, sa tingin mo, sino ang MVP sa Oasis?
Sa Oasis, so far feeling ko si Marky yun. Si Marky kasi yung parang nakita ko lagi very flexible from how he performed on both attacking and defense, where very unorthodox nga naman. Nakikita natin may scope weapon yung isa mga duelist mo, but it only works kapag ka slow yung pag-rotate mo as a duelist or as a team on the attacking side where you're trying to find holes in the defensive side. That's Marky's job. He's been finding these holes, he's been finding these opportunities, he got themselves the openings, and sometimes hindi nga sila pupunta sa site kung saan pumapatay si Marky. Minsan si Marky kukuha lang ng isa, nakabingwit, naka-TP, at agad-agad tumutulong lang sa team ulit. That's just the mindset for one of the older players that we've seen dito sa Oasis Gaming na talaga nga namang may experience nga when it comes to these sorts of setups na pwede din mag-innovate kasi yan yung naging meta ngayon sa 2035 eh.
You were really on the nose on that one when we were talking about how Marky was just finding those skills for his team. But if you watched at the start of the game, they weren't anything like that actually. They were looking for those tendencies that KDM were putting down, and a lot of the tendencies were to take space when there's no noise. And that's exactly how Marky was able to have a really good read on the game, able to secure those frags outside of where the main sort of crump of players that Oasis Gaming had in the sides of those maps, therefore being able to give them that man advantage, secure a lot of information. And towards the end of the game, because of the high point lead that Oasis Gaming secured over KDM, all they had to do was just let Marky play, bro. Let him play his game.
Yeah,
it was just absolutely impeccable. And not to mention the way that Oasis Gaming were able to insert players like Zeus inside the middle side of the map, able to secure a lot of information, putting him right under the nose of these players, and a duelist at that. I mean, Sentinels, if you put a Sentinel in the position where Zeus was on that specific round where he was able to secure that spot in the middle behind enemy lines, you put a Sentinel there, it's still gonna end up being a 50-50 chance, but they were able to secure a duelist's position there with the duelist utility that he has, makes it even more possible, putting it up from a 60-40 to an 80-20 chance of winning those fights. And that's exactly the kind of art, the kind of Valorant that is Tier bringing here in this performance that Oasis put up for us.
Yeah, honestly, it just tells you about the type of preparation that Oasis Gaming actually put up in a map like this, where Corrode is the type of map that we're kind of scratching the surface on what's possible and what's something that's meta in terms of what we can offer to the international scene. Right now, we're seeing Oasis Gaming actually put the high-level strats just like these, where you insert the duelist, where you insert players in places where you can never really expect other players to actually play. That's something that they put a lot of trust in their young duelist Zeus, who honestly, you don't really know him from way back 2022, 2023. He's been a newcomer since 2024 last year. They put a lot of stock in this young kid to perform the level that he is expected to be, and he performed exceptionally well up against this KDM roster, which honestly are not really a bag of hags either. They really are a talented roster if you give them the right resources. And I'm sure that Kadaliman are also gonna learn the right things about this BO1 too, because this is the type of enemies that you kind of want to fight up against if you want to reach their level.
Absolutely. I mean, to think how these players were able to come back, especially since you said they weren't really playing in a lot of officials this year. But right now, I think instead of looking at it as them decaying in terms of their skill, it was like a beast chained, and they were unchained in this match. And that's exactly what they were. A beast in the making, a team to be reckoned with, and just most of these highlights are going to be favoring their side. But
it's like they were a monster in a deep slumber, and then they just got woken up because Predator League is just around the corner.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I agree with you on that one. But right now, big ups to these players, as this is a lopsided 10-round difference between Oasis Gaming and Kadaliman Esports, 13-3. as Zeus, Tesseract, Zins, Latham, and Marky bring it home. Ladies and gentlemen, Kadiliman Esports, they're looking to rest and recover for the following matches that they're going to have in this tournament.
Yep. Just 310 ECS for the side of Marky and 307 for Tesseract. That's just the amount of hunger that both of these players have actually showed up on the server so far. This Oasis Gaming roster is hungry for one more championship trophy on their way to what could possibly be one of their, I wouldn't say first, because they've already had an international performance as of late, but I guess one of the appearances that they can actually look forward to if they do make a run all the way towards India. But hopefully they do actually make it so. As Kadiliman, a lot of things to pick up from that loss. Hopefully this is something that they can bounce back on from, especially coming into the 0-1 later on in our Swiss stage. But congratulations to our match MVP, Marky himself. This is the Predator we're talking about. 19-7-2 with an ACS of 310. He's been lurking around the shadows, and when he's needed on the front line, you can always count on him to flash them out.
Absolutely. I mean, crazy work being shown here by Marky. I mean, we predicted it. He was the one that were making plays possible. He was the one putting down the numbers of KDM to give a clean and easy push here for Oasis Gaming. So honestly, even if you do say, or you do believe that Oasis Gaming took this game as sort of a very easy sort of take, it would have been nothing without Marky's performance as the MVP. So congratulations, MVP of the match, Mr. Marky himself. But right now, syempre, they have conquered their enemies for today, and we have to conquer the curve as well with the Predator X34 Infinity Widescreen, as this is going to be your new battleground. Dive into the abyss, wreak havoc, and claim victory. As to get to the competitive edge, it is available on Acer Predator concept stores, authorized resellers, and the Acer online store.
Yeah, don't forget about the X39 too. Master the game with the Predator X39. Expansive display with every war is an epic, and every frame is harmony and hurts. Plunge into the abyss, unleash your destructive power, and reshape reality. Shop now at Acer Predator concept stores, authorized resellers, or the Acer online store for your next X39 order today. That is it for the second game in the first day of the Swiss stage. Pero meron pa tayo dito mga laruan, mga tropa, kaya huwag kayong aalis. Ako lang naman si Ramon at saka si Bluey. Will be right back with the third game in the Swiss stage of the Philippine qualifiers of Predator League 2026. Welcome back,
Hey.
ladies and gentlemen, to day one of the Philippine qualifiers for Predator League 2026. My name is Ramon. With me is Bluey. Still the casters. At the end of the day, it has been a very chill time for the first two matches that we've had. Very quick, so sana sa mga susunod nating matchups ay mas lalong close, no? And this one has the potential to be it as well. So Drip Cash versus DLSU Green Aces. Ito, with a bit of a history coming into this, Mr. Bluey.
History teacher, grabe naman. But here we are, Drip Cash PH versus DLSU Green Aces. Now, university team from the Philippines going up against a really star-studded roster here. We can see Drip Cash PH actually competed in the very first qualifier of Predator League Philippines, and then they were the ones to win it out. But also, DLSU Green Aces also participated in the first qualifying round for Predator League, but they had a first round exit in that qualifying. So this is gonna be like a full circle moment, as you said, Ramon, right?
Yeah, I mean, imagine you're gonna be coming up into what could have possibly been your spot, and now you're fighting for what could be the next slot into the Swiss system. You knock them out early into a 0-1, and you're the ones coming out on top. That could be one heck of a statement made for DLSU Green Aces, who also had a pretty rocky journey coming up into that Campus Rivals tournament that they tried to qualify into, right? I mean, if I remember correctly, they're coming into this with a different lineup coming into Predator League as well.
Yeah, absolutely. They're completely different now. Coming in from the side of DLSU Green Aces, however, previous in the Predator League, they had a really amazing run there, really putting their name out when they needed it the most, and they had Javi 8K on the helm, also a student of that DLSU. But now we're gonna be moving into the team profile here of your boys on the other end of the match. It is gonna be Drip Cash PH, and this is a very, very star-studded roster here. We can see Atsai Killa go one more, Astro and Juan Carlos. Ayan. This is gonna be
different. Parang very different yung mga IGNs na meron tayo dito.
Oo nga, parang tago.
Kaya nga pero don't let the IGNs fool you. Ang ilan dito ay mga veterans na pagdating sa VCTPH natin no? Nandito si Carl from Digma Galaxy, nandito si Astro from, of course, Astro World, as well as Oasis Gaming. We have Josh S, formerly from Sunsparks, way back when. Sobrang tagal na nga nun no?
Wow.
And at one point, he was also Javi 8K's former teammate as well. So talagang may history talaga pagdating dito sa mga laruan natin no? Talagang this is a team that you should not tell na ay, mga ibang IGN. Hindi, mga kilala talaga sila dito sa Pilipinas.
Yeah, absolutely. Deep roots ang pinupuntahan natin dito sa kanilang side ng Drip Cash PH. Knowing na makikita natin dito yung Sunsparks team na yon. Like you mentioned, one of the players on Drip Cash was a previous teammate of Javi 8K. Maybe they have that edge na parang, they know how Javi 8K plays. Considering how DLSU plays, a lot of their style is taken from Javi 8K, as he was the coach and the IGL for both seasons of UAAP that they won dito for DLSU. So titignan natin, maybe it's a completely different face now, considering that DLSU coming off of their run from Campus Rivals this year against All-Fu Ember Phoenix, they fell short, losing their match in that run. But then again, coming into this, they are locked, loaded, and ready with a completely different roster now, considering that they have put Sarah back in their sixth-man position, and it is going to be none other than Tomix, a known name in the Valorant PH community, now stepping in the shoes of the duelist here for Team DLSU Green Aces. Now we're gonna be seeing their team profiles here. Direct pakita na natin yan. It is going to be DLSU Green Aces, a really, really known name in collegiate esports, looking to make their mark here. And there it is, Fishin, Banunu, Gelson, Sekre, and Tomix. Nakakatakot naman tong mga mukha nila, mga kaibigan. The poses are completely different to what we've seen before. And that's just the creativity of what these players have. And they're very much excited to see what is going to happen here.
Yep.
Smiles all across the board, man.
It's exciting, even since like 2023's run or the 2024 run, where now collegiate teams actually have a mark or actually had like the opportunity to play in these Predator League tournaments. opened up into campus rivals as well, giving more opportunities for collegiate teams to actually rise against the Filipino teams that we've had in the local scene. It just tells you that Predator is here to completely support not only the local scene but also to the collegiate teams as well, which opens up more opportunities for young talent like Sekre, young talent like Tomix to actually give a lot more of what they are capable of to the local scene as well, culminating in their appearances right now in Predator League, which would not have been possible if it wasn't for their run in last year's Predator League all the way in Cebu, where they actually went the distance over towards the playoffs. And if I remember correctly, that was also up into the finals as well, up against Zol Esports of all people.
Absolutely. It boiled down to the final position there. But honestly, seeing as how DLSU was able to perform a few years ago, last year's Predator League, it's going to be very difficult to fill in the shoes of Javi 8K. I mean, he was the IGL of that team, and he was the one making those plays for him, bringing them over the edge. So let's see if the knowledge imparted from him to this team is able to translate into a victory against Drip Cash, especially against these people. But right now, obviously, we're going to be looking into our reasons why we are the players that we are, and we are going to be unleashing peak gaming speed and power with the Predator Helios Neo 16S, giving performance that doesn't compromise. So shop now, Acer Predator Online Shop, Predator Shopee, Acer Predator Lazada, or any resellers near you.
Yep, and don't forget to step up and stand out and be ready for anything with the Helios 18 as well. Shop now at Acer Predator Online Shop, Acer Predator Shopee, as well as the Acer Predator Lazada, or at any resellers near you. Those are two very, very powerful laptops in the hands of anybody who is capable to hold them. That is both the Helios Neo 16S AI as well as the Helios 18, for giving us the power to actually get all of this going forward. So with that said, this is going to be a battle between DLSU Green Aces versus Drip Cash PH in what could be a slobber knocker of a BO1, which honestly could go anywhere, because we kind of talked about Drip Cash off broadcast. This is a stacked lineup, and we only looked at the duelist himself. He is a known quantity for a lot of Predator League tournaments. This is McCoy we're talking about, and this guy's no joke.
Absolutely. I mean, that guy is amazing. But as of the moment, what I want to highlight on is actually a former Oasis member, Mr. Astro himself, a core member of that Oasis squad back then when they were playing together, now in a different light in Drip Cash PH. So let's see if they're able to translate that over here. I mean, considering how they performed in the first qualifying, they won out all of the matches and were able to secure that first slot here into Predator League Philippine qualifiers. But then again, you have to realize that these are talented players that were put together for Predator League. Comparing to what DLSU has, although less flashy and less known, they have been honing their skill fighting in all of their collegiate tournaments and outside tournaments as well, considering that they were able to fight against big teams last time they faced people in Predator League. But right now, let's face our predictions towards each other. Ikaw muna, Ramon. Ano ang prediction mo for match number 3?
Drip Cash versus DLSU Manila. Honestly, it's kind of hard to dictate this talaga. Pero considering kasi the talent that we've had and considering the storyline, Drip Cash really was the known quantity nga naman dun sa qualifier na yon, kung saan natalo nga ang Green Aces. So medyo safe bet nga. Nalagyan ko ng 1-0 ang Drip Cash PH para sa matchup na ito against DLSU.
Medyo aalis muna ako dun sa side mo, and I'm gonna be choosing DLSU for this match for the reason na eto, bibigyan lang kita ng hint. Ano ba meron sa DLSU? Di ba, Archer? Di ba, Archer. Bow and arrow. Anong kulay nila? Green, di ba? Ano yung nasa likod natin? Constellation
ng green
na bow and arrow. Ayan na nga, set in stone na ang aking prediction. Walang stats, walang anything. Yun lang yung basihan
Constellations. It's written in the stars.
It's literal it's written in the stars. Yun lang yung prediction natin for this matchup. But then again, very valuable. Ano tag dito? Parang ano naman yung picks natin? It has some sort of basis. You're going for the safer option, knowing that these players have had experiences in multiple teams.
You're going for the stars.
I'm going for the stars. I'm going for, a hopeful run for these players, as they've proven themselves worthy in their respective fields. I mean, considering they have 2 UAAP championships on their belts, undefeated so far, and then moving towards other sorts of things that they have conquered in that collegiate sort of bubble. They're ready to move out from it, and they have shown it time and time again, and this is just another proving ground for them to come over.
So now I open up the conversation of what kind of map veto we're going to be looking into before we actually get into the map veto, right? Because looking at the stats from what the Dripcash PH have played compared to DLSU, their best map Haven is literally historically DLSU Green Aces' best map as well. So you factor that out, if they go into Haven, it will be one heck of a fight. But if they go into another pick that they also like to play out in Philippine qualifiers, it was the bind map. So if they go into the bind map as well, that could be a 50-50 chance for them. But this all depends on what type of player we're gonna see. Are we gonna be seeing Yokam, or are we gonna be seeing Lalawa coming into this play as well? Because I've seen him in the roster. I haven't seen them play in particular, but I know what Yokam is capable of. How big of a hole will this team have if he's not playing on the roster right now?
That is going to be very difficult. I mean, you're taking out a very key player to how or why the reason they're here. I mean, yes, you can consider that they have the firepower, they have that experience, but then again, taking out a key unit inside of a very meticulous machine such as Dripcash PH, it's going to be very difficult to adjust to that, considering that they're inserting their 6th man here for this match against DLSU. But right now, in terms of firepower, DLSU is going full throttle here. So in our map veto, I really feel like it's neither going to be Bind or Haven. I think it's going to be Sunset. But let's see what will happen here. And it is going to be... Oh, I am wrong. I'm proven wrong. It is Bind. Okay. So this is already looking pretty bright here for Dripcash PH, considering that they do prefer that map.
Yeah, it's if it's not gonna be Haven, it's gonna be that bind map, which is honestly something that they already practiced with all throughout the open qualifiers. They have the 2 wins on it from the 2 picks that they got on it as well. They got Tomix now on DLSU Green Aces compared to their last lineup where they have Eusebio or the 6th man that you also have
Sarah.
mentioned. So this will be a change of pace for the team. I do like that they have a double initiator comp as well that will put more resources into the Tomix push that we kind of already know from him. He's a new person into the DLSU Green Aces roster, but he's not new in Competitive League. We've seen him perform on teams in tier 2 teams before. So I know what this guy is capable of. Will Dripcash be enough to actually stop him within their tracks? That will be Josh S, I believe, on the chamber. Will that be enough of a stopping power against the team like Tomix and the rest of the squad of Green Aces? Because Chamber is not really a reliable sentinel if you only count the trip as the only thing that's stopping him.
And here's what I predict. For Dripcash PH, the comp that they're putting up, either attack or defender side, it is going to be an aggressive take. That's going to be a Brimstone push into B long if they do decide to defend B site. It's going to be the Neon and the Raze. There's no stops. There's nothing. Their choice is to brute force their way through this collegiate team of youngsters and rookies. But let's see what DLSU Green Aces have in store for us. As we can see here on their lineup, it is going to be a double initiator setup with Banunu on the KO and Sekre on the Gecko. So let's see what DLSU has in store for us. I mean, these guys, they have something to play against this team, Dripcash PH. So let's see what will happen here in this match.
Honestly, I don't know if I recognize the player, but is that Singer Carl? I'm gonna have to look into it a little bit later on. Just looking from the POV cam, if this is actually the guy that I'm looking out for or not. But very well put from the team comp itself. That double duelist comp is something that they're gonna have to be ready for, because this is kind of like the Mosquito comp, except you're kind of looking at it from a 2023 to 2024 perspective, where you don't have it as smooth of a refract of a speed as possible compared to if you have a Waylay right now, whereas you kind of have a Satchel, but other than that, it's not really a fast sort of way where you compare it to a Waylay with light speed up into mix. But then again, we're coming into the bind map with the lowest amount of expectations and possibly the highest for whoever comes out on top right here. We have DLSU Green Aces versus Dripcash PH. We'll find out as they start on the defensive side.
Oh, no run gonna be used up here, and it looks like it is gonna be Lalawa running out of time here as the flash is gonna get thrown out. No kill secured just yet, but a stun is made, and it looks like a first blood is gonna be drawn here by the side of DLSU. The aggression being put down as Gelson spots another kill, and Juan Carlos tries to get a trade. Banunu, all that's left. Naiwan ang spike dito sa showers, and it looks like it is going to be a 2v2. Juan Carlos, however, looking for a shot to connect, and there it is! The experience going up against the rookies as DLSU gets dropped in the first round. What once was looking like a first blood already drawn, faltered and fallen into the hands of your boys at Drip Cash PH, courtesy of your boy Juan Carlos.
What we needed was a spark coming through from the defense, and already they found themselves ignited by the sun that is the Chamber with 4 kills into his name. Already from the TP, you never expect the Chamber to be this aggressive. You thought that he was going to be rotating all the way towards CT, but he was willing to take the fight. He was willing to take on the Showers players. All that hesitancy just because he got the right player within his hands, but nevertheless, will be the Neon Bucky in hand. So many people spraying on through the smoke.
Oh, wait a second! Tomix!
Ooh!
Finds an opening, gets 2, looks for a third. Shots are going to be connecting here on the boom bot, but it looks like it is going to be a slowdown on the push as paint shells are going to get thrown out to stop the bleeding here in Showers. But it is going to be a full force of DLSU. Shots are going to be connecting, looking for a chase down. Fission not going to be dealing enough damage as Go one more. Able to get out of that precarious position alive, and now it is going to be Astro going to get taken out here. Go one more, gets healed. Juan Carlos with an outlaw, and this is going to be very dangerous here if DLSU still tries to force this fight.
They are starving them of info yet again thanks to the reset, but it is Tomix. An introduction from a player that needs nothing else. As he pushes onto the Shower side, gets the kill with 2 bullets to the Chamber. But now,
dangerous.
Go one more, goes a little bit too far, gives Banudu the opportunity to kill. That will be bitten thanks to, I believe that will be Atse Killa with his utility, kills off Tomix. He knew that he was from Showers. He was thinking twice about rotating just because of that. Into the walking arms of Juan Carlos, ready with the outlaw, swinging into it with just 1 shot. It's all down to Banunu, and just because of the triple, it will be the round for Drip Cash PH.
And good work coming in here from Drip Cash PH, taking note of those pushes. I mean, Tomix with a breakout kill here, gonna be able to find 2 kills, spot those kills, but makita natin dito, Fission a little too early in pushing his frags, a little too greedy, if that's the right word. And it looks like he's not going to be making his mark, 1 HP, and that's going to take a toll on their mental. But then again, this is what I'm saying. Both teams are poised to have those aggressive takes, feeding those kills to Tomix for the side of DLSU, and feeding those kills for the side of Drip Cash. A solid shot there, taking out Secre from that position as an outlaw kill is found here for Juan Carlos.
Josh S. A name that everybody has to never forget. This guy, at one point, has toppled gods in the Philippine server. Is now showing that he, after a long time break, is showing everybody that this guy is still at the top of his game. A shot in towards the dark. He knew the 3 players are peeking onto him. He finds the mark onto Secre. Finds back because of his movement. That is one heck of a shot from JK. So a 5 versus 4 where the LSU are just trying to look for advantages, look for picks, look for over pushes from Drip Cash. But because of the discipline, because of the experience, nobody is willing to give the fight to them.
Flash thrown out here on towards B, forcing a little bit of movement, but now it is going to be a teleport. Gets a kill on Juan Carlos. Beautiful use of the KO Molly. Or is that a drop on the kill? I do not know. It's not going to be found here. Stun going to be delaying the push as Fission already making his way on towards middle of the site. And now Go one more, already pushed up in towards CT. Astro gets a kill on towards the 3K found, and it's all up to Banunu.
Ooh!
First swing, +1, but doesn't get the frag. As the buy round doesn't go to the side of De La Salle University as Drip Cash PH take those kills and slaps him in the face and says, we don't even need Yokam to take this fight. We're bringing it to your doorstep.
Brought to you by Drip Cash PH. Just it's a lot of damage done thanks to the initial contact that they've had on the B side itself. All set up for Astro. Right on the rotation. It's knowing that the LSU were just grasping at straws at that point. It was Juan Carlos to start with in the first 2 rounds of play. Now Astro growing with confidence is not what you want to do. against these players of veterans. 3-0. Push on in. Astro ready with the shot. Go one more. Gets the second as Astro picks on in to get the double kill in his hand. Sekre will make it possible to get the 2 per special, but at the end of it, the LSU, they're holding at it with just a 2 versus 3 with just 1 player on the Phantom.
That is going to be a flash on towards it. It looks like it is not going to be landing anything as all angles are covered. It's all up to Sekre. He needs to ace up if he wants to win this fight. 40 HP going to get taken out, but it looks like he's not going to be positioning himself in a correct position. As another round being taken here by Drip Cash. Looking like a fast play going to be shown here. Very difficult for the side of the LSU.
And I think it was the peaks from the backside players. They were looking for the peak because they were peaking at the same time when the smoke comes down from Gwelson, and it was the exact same timing where the anchors themselves actually got the kills itself. So Astro, a precarious position, but already thanks to the exact timing when he killed it, plus the smoke comes down, it already denies the possibility of a trade-off whatsoever. Drip Cash PH, they're not playing with luck. They're already playing with all the skill that they needed. They clear off the B-long position, so Sekre and the solo lurk is already handling business for himself. But I need DLSU Green Aces to keep moving around. They don't need that B-long pressure. They need pressure on all sides of the map against Drip Cash.
A good read here from Drip Cash. They know when to stop the aggression. They know when to pump the brakes, and they have DLSU where they want them to be. Very difficult push here if they do decide to take Hookah, as they don't have any clearing utility other than the wingman and the flashes.
Half of their players only have the light shield, so it's either going to be that Tour de Force or that Outlaw. Either way, it's a one-shot from this one Carlos player.
Absolutely, but now line gonna get thrown out. Heavy presence here in long, and it looks like it is gonna be a stun from the Trailblazer that delays the push. And now Tomix already swinging in towards the side, looking for a shot to connect. Gets the shot down, and it looks like it is gonna be a trade of ultimates. Tomix gonna get revived here, but do they expect the positioning of Atsaikilla? He's still in the sight. Pouring in towards it though, however, already making it towards it. Shot's gonna be connecting here. Go one more! Gelson and Manuno, however, makes things alive. And now it is a 2v1. Dropping down all that's left. Gelson in a 1v2. Known to clutch in situations like this. 10 seconds left. Looking for a plant. And it looks like he is looking for it. Shot's gonna be connecting here. A relay bolt found.
4
Shot
seconds.
not found. 3, 2, 1.
Oh my
and the
God,
countdown
no
is not
time!
his. And he is just gonna be running and gunning and loses the fight indefinitely. As Drip Cash takes 5, bringing DLSU to their knees.
I feel like the player Camille had a lot to say to that. I mean, playing out the time correctly. Just what you can expect from a guy that knows that you don't need to kill them off to win out the 1v1. The objective confirmed, the win in his hands. 3 kills for Go, 1 more to set it up beautifully for the Neon. Made the timeout correctly. And Wilson the win. All the weight on his shoulders. The pressure is on him. He was known to clutch, but at the end of it, it was just not his day.
There it is. Timeout called on the 5th round by DLSU. They're going to be coming off of this timeout on an eco. So it's a lot more time to talk if they do decide to play it safe. But then again, Drip Cash matching and one-upping the aggression that DLSU is putting down with the way that they're playing is absolutely beautiful. I mean, earlier on, we saw a hot and raging DLSU bull entering into showers. And it looks like we can see here, the pings are just going to be thrown out here for information. But then again, what I was trying to say was Drip Cash PH matching the aggression, playing this comp to a T, and having that sort of, pushback and not letting DLSU control the pace. That's exactly why they're up 5 rounds right now.
Yeah, bro, I mean, I'm telling you. This is a team that everybody could be ready to write off. But if you think about the amount of things that they went through individually in the local scene, it all culminates into their run right now. Decisive, focused, fast as ever for Drip Cash PH. They're willing to take any fight, even if the utility is right in front of them. Does call upon the B-long push that they can cook up against Juan Carlos. Josh S. posted on the angle. Operator ready. With this, it's a triple swing and he gets 1. The head of Tomix. TP's out to safety, but they don't know about Carl.
Now it is going to be a thrown Ollie here. Shot gonna be connecting. A spray down is there. Flash not gonna be finding its mark. Finds two. Banunu stays alive, and it's up with Gelson once again. It's up to them.
Last player remaining.
And there it is, a fall off happening at the last second as Drip Cash, the winners of the first qualifying, putting down DLSU to where they belong. 6 feet under, no collateral found, but it dealt enough damage for them to understand that this isn't an angle that you'd want to push.
Yeah, it is just set up beautifully for him. The presence from the chamber, making them think that B-Long was something that they could just take for free. But it was shrouded in mystery. That Atsay killer, Carl himself, all the way from the days of Nigma Galaxy, that showed that it was not gonna be for free. Just pushes into a double kill. Juan Carlos just fully
This guy's
expecting
an
the jump peek
absolute
for
demon.
Sekre. All the way from the back lines, kills off Sekre into a 1-0. B-Long, full control, yes, but they have to deal with the fact that they don't have access to the ulti from the Gecko of all people.
Absolutely, and this is where the factor comes in, where they are scared. They are quivering in their boots right now. There it is. 0 point going to be used up, and it looks like shot is going to be connecting here for your boys at DLSU. Comics finds an opening frag here, takes down Astro as well, and that is site all for the taking. Spike not going to be planted just yet, as they want to make sure that this site is clear before they make
Spike
any sort of
planted.
problems. But now, attack going to be put on the side of your boys at Drip Cash. A lot of utility going to be used, looking for a slide. Beautiful execution,
Player
but
standing.
bad finish there from Drip Cash as DLSU put themselves on the board right after from that timeout. Round number 7. Will this suffer the same fate as the other teams where they get one round and get stomped right after? Or will this be a start of a comeback here for De La Salle University?
At least, right, they finally found some confidence just after the opening coming through for Tomix. Opens up the site because of the shots baited. Even the operator coming through for Juan Carlos as well. It's giving the confidence to the team. One good play from at least one of these players is going to make the difference. And you could see it was a different aura from the side of DLSU when they already got the site themselves. So finally they use the thrash coming through for Sekre. They clear off the hookah side. They know that at least one of them is going to be detained. So it's going to be on Carl. He has to hold the forces from B-Long.
Flash going to be thrown out here, and it looks like it is just going to be a trade of bullets. DLSU, however, going to be trading kills as Atsai Killa falls. And that is going to be a 3v2. Low HP on Banunu, though, so it is entirely possible. Shot going to be connecting here for Sekre. And now the plant is not going to be put down just yet. And that's exactly why they were trying to do that. And now it is going to be a
He's
3v1.
flanking.
Juan Carlos.
Flanking.
None of them expect this position from him.
He's flanking. He only has the operator. As the smoke dissipates, he has to hit at least one shot, but they're all focused in a position that it's already a difficult spot. He gets the one shot, but Guelson takes it into the right place at the right time. 2-6 for DLSU. They trade blow for blow, but in the end, it's 2.
Beautiful execution there by DLSU. I mean, just the way that this fight happened. As soon as that flash from Banunu popped, we can see Sekre already jumping down. Just the thrust of this team is just absolutely impeccable. That's exactly what's bringing them over the line. And in the end, you had Juan Carlos going in from the flank. But at the same time, what can you do with an operator at that point? Especially if you have to drop down from a certain position where it gives a lot of information.
It's the timing as well of the flank, at the same time as when your Raze and your Neon are already peeking onto the CT side. Just like that, Guelson punishing, go one more with the early peek to get some info, maybe to get a couple of shots in, but it was just an open opportunity for DLSU to punish.
Blinded.
There it is. Information being given there. 0 point. Looking for a swing outside Killa. Is he going to be able to get that shot to connect? But he does pull back right back out.
Tomix has an ulti. He could use this to entry, but at the same time, he doesn't need to use it on a round where he knows that he's just going to win off of gunfights alone. So the fact that he has that is going to be a threat looming in the horizon of Drip Catch's defense.
But
They can just leave the chamber on A site, have a 3-man stack on B just to see if they can have a stellar defense against DLSU are willing to fight them at every turn.
Absolutely. I mean, the respect that DLSU have against Drip Cash, just the way that they're playing this, very safe right now. But right now, they're going to be moving on towards the crosshair, on towards Juan Carlos, looking for a positioning there. No reposition of the crosshair found, and that is going to be Fishin finding a position there to bring his team forward on towards the site. 30 seconds left on the clock. Wall is going to be going up, and Little Man is going to be getting that plant down. Lalawa already inside the site, waiting for his teammate, as that is going to be information taken.
Yeah, it's a no BS found. Nobody's gonna rotate all the way from that shower spot. Tomix already kills off Astro, so this post plant is done and dusted unless they make a miracle happen.
There it is. Miracles are only in stories as DLSU lead a charge here in the first half rather. Looking to equalize here against Drip Cash PH. Slowly but surely they're making their way on towards the board. As 6-3 is a score. Probably the closest first half we've seen in both games that we've had today.
I guess.
But
if you say it like that, I mean, so far, I mean, that's 3-3. I think that's round per round so far for DLSU. But how they posted it, it wasn't off of aggression anymore. Now it's because of a default play that punished Drip when they're willing to take their early info. All resulting into an easier execute on the A site. Now they go back to the roots of taking Shower's control early on, which is prompting Drip Cash to take the space for themselves on A short.
But right now, moving up towards it. Shot gonna be found there by Juan Carlos off camera, but it looks like he isn't gonna be expecting this as Fission is able to secure a trade. Rez gonna be found, and it looks like it is gonna be another kill. Has to kill him twice, however, as it is going to be Juan Carlos looking to get a shot to connect here. No 0 point available, and that trademark's gonna be a problem there for Tomix as Astro plays the smoke beautifully. Sekre looking for it, but it looks like he's not gonna be finding its mark. Magkakasalisiyan lang sila dito mga kaibigan. Naglabas na po dito ng ultimate as Juan Carlos is able to find a third. Looking for a fourth, not gonna be able to find it. As it is gonna be 2-3. Players ahead here for Drip Cash. Looking to push this. 51 HP left. Not going to be committing that plant as it is going to be Gelson slipping past the crosshairs of it as it is going to be a shot to connect. Can he find another? As it is going to be Tomix finding the flank. 2v1. Can he make this possible? Gelson and Tomix against Atsai Killa. A 1v2. Looking for it, but they are playing this very safely as they're going to be moving towards it. Shot's going to be found, and Tomix finds a timing there against Atsai Killa. Taking Gelson out of that position, very difficult if Tomix wasn't able to find that adjustment. But a beautiful hold there, whatsoever, gonna be found by the side of Drip Cash. And they're able to equalize here, 6-4. They equalized the numbers there in that round.
They were 6-0 to start with in this first half. But as Paul's hands were busy, it provided an opportunity for Tomix to keep laying the law in towards that A site. And what could have been a good initiative for the side of Drip Cash, they had an opportunity to take control because of the operator, because of Lalawu. Was able to get himself that opening shot over to A short, but because he was willing to take pure fights outside of A short, he gave his life away. Gives Fission the open time to resurrect and put the spike down on that A site. Sets up Tomix for a beautiful push in towards U-Haul as well. All
Carlos already
DLSU regaining their confidence, regaining what they could have been getting at the start of this game. Now forcing Drip Cash on the low buy, even killing off Juan Carlos, who honestly has been a standout so far for Drip Cash in this game.
But the whole map is turned sideways, upside down, as both teams take different stances here. A clear sight for the taking. Are they expecting, is Drip Cash expecting that DLSU would go for this TB play? That is going to be the question. Banunu's already posted up. It's looking like it is a creep up on towards B. But no info being found here.
The worst thing that could happen is that they kill off the KO and then they give the gun away. They let Lalawa actually use up his ulti.
Oh, timing!
That free gun, he gets the kill, and that's going to be Banunu with the perfect timing. Now they know that the KO is on Showers. Will they rotate onto the B side just knowing off of that fact?
Astro, however, takes note of this. Looks for Banunu. If he doesn't show up in this angle, he is going to be looking backwards as Banunu already creeping up towards it. He knows the positioning of this angle, and it looks like a shot is going to be found here for it. And there it is. Equalizing here on a 3v3. Catches him off guard. Go for one more. Looks for another kill. Orbital Strike going to be used up and abused, but a shot going to be connecting it for Fission. The IGL falls, but takes down 2 with him. As Secre,
Here's a smoke.
Team Secret graduate as well, looking for it. Astro trying to get a mark, and it looks like it is found.
Ooh.
6-5. And when matters go for worse,
Last round in the
DLSU
half.
still find a way to bring things back up towards their side. And Drip Cash, what once was thought as a clear-cut win for them, now is looking shaky against this university team, De La Salle University.
I mean, what started as me thinking about the worst case scenario turned out to be the best for Banunu to start that lurk all the way towards showers. The worst timing for Lalawa to give up the angle just as Banunu was crossing in that shower side. Kills off one, and then that's where Drip Cash actually come alive. The push onto A short. That's going to be
What was
one more
that?
for the side of Lalawa. Go one more to get the second frag as well. Drip Cash are coming alive in moments where they never expected the early peaks on the defense.
No duelists, no heal. And this is going to be very difficult here for the side of La Salle if they want to find any sort of comeback from this deficit. Now walking back towards B, but then again, you're setting your sights on looking at Juan Carlos's operator, which has been a problem for DLSU.
You don't normally expect teams to smoke off B long if they're coming out of hookah. So I'm expecting that they're going to split up, maybe kill off one, get the info. They spot out Juan Carlos, they know where the operator is. And most especially, I believe they also realize where the sky is as well. So they're going to gamble on the idea that the A site is somewhere that they have the most amount of info. But they're also crunching on a time where it's 40 seconds on the clock. Not much info, not much utility to actually play with because their 2 players are gone.
No smokes. Banunu already pushing up, and it looks like it is going to be the wingman to put it down. Orbital Strike going to be used up, and that is going to be dissipating and splitting up the resources of your boys at Drip Cash in 2. Now, Null Command going to be dissipating here as well as the tournament, but now we can see Atsaykilla and Lalawa going to be able to find those pushes, trying to get it down, but it looks like Lalawa is going to get caught out. Playing the post, looking for a shot to connect. It is going to be Drip Cash throwing the showstopper, and it is going to be a defuse stuck here for the side of Drip Cash, and it looks like it's looking bleak for DLSU. As those 2 early frags from Drip Cash able to secure that round completely, as it is gonna be 6-5 in this round, turning it into a 7-5. And we're moving into the second half, ladies and gentlemen.
The early peaks coming through for Drip Cash finally paying dividends. The showers play that DLSU were seemingly trying to build up again, something that they have been doing from the pistol round, something that they also have been pulling out in the mid rounds. Time and time again, already countered thanks to the early peak, the early kill from Lalawa as he comes off alive in the last stages of this first half, denying them of even getting any more space in towards that A site post plant. I was also wondering why Guelson also decided to use the orbital strike all the way towards the triple position, not for the post plant, but for the execute itself. Maybe to try to eliminate one of the angles that they could have been setting up on the defense. But it also lost a big factor into what could have been a stronger post plant for them.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a deciding factor. I mean, they had all the ultimates used in that round, but shot to connect! Juan Carlos steals the show and takes 2 heads with him. Fission and Tomix out of the picture. IGL and Duelist down. And it's all up to Gelson to hold down A site. Information is all for the taking as Gelson is looking for a frag, but it looks like it is going to be go one more to step on the dreams of Gelson to even think of getting a kill in this scenario.
That is just heartbreaking for DLSU. And it's not even a bad play either. As a Sky duo, or actually a duo that you want to take for the B long control, you want to take the early fight. You want to take that B long space. But now it's going to be Sekre all alone in a 1v4 impossible task at hand as the paint shells explode on his feet in a triple kill into the 8-5. But that was it. Juan Carlos on the chamber, ultimately stopping the show so far for DLSU on the pistol. With just one bullet, he's completely dismantled that map control on B long.
Absolutely. Dismantling whatever the push was for DLSU. I mean, just beautiful positioning in general for Juan Carlos there. And he has been a problem. Even off the operator, even with that headhunter, he has been a problem. And now look what happened. No aggressive pushes being taken here by DLSU whatsoever, even if they have the sheriffs at hand.
You sound like a disappointed father.
I'm not a disappointed father. I'm just, it was very disappointing.
Stating how it is.
Yeah, stating how it is. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. But it is kind of disappointing at that point in time as well, because it's not because they're playing bad in particular. It's also because the stars aligned really for Dripcash to get that opening pick.
Pretty much. As Juan Carlos being a problem here, shutting down any sort of line of sight from B, but it looks like it is going to be a creep up on towards A once again, exploding on towards the site. Not much utility going to be used yet, as they have already gotten all the information they need and the rotation is called, but the spike might still land here at B site considering they left it. Shot's going to be connecting here for Atsaikilla, but it is going to be a fallback. And now there it is. Information taken, and that confirms it. DLSU going to be forced to go for a retake here. Looking at it is going to be Lalawa with a shotgun to the face. Looks for it, but it looks like a relay bolt not going to land in time. As Gelson's able to secure a kill.
A Bucky
on the ready.
Bucky at the very least.
As it is going to be Atsaikilla holding that angle. Shot's going to be connecting here. But still, to no avail. As Gelson is going to be forced to hold this. 3v4 is the scenario.
Astro's not going to push this, right? He's not going to push this,
he's not going to push this.
I think he knew that he gave the Bucky away, so he probably knows that the U-Haul position is a big problem if he does push it.
Flash going to get thrown out here, but it looks like it is going to be Gelson. The opposite of Brimstone going to be switching out. Astro looking to thirst for more kills, but it looks like it is going to be a kill secured there. As Sekre goes in for the trade, but it looks like it is going to be Juan Carlos once again going up against him. But Sekre gets taken down by Atsaikilla, the trader. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Plant secured. 3 players alive, 2 casualties. And it's looking good here for the side of your boys at Dripcash PH. Going up against DLSU.
I mean, they're playing them like a fiddle, man. From one point, they were making their presence on the A site. They pulled the rotation out, but they're also realizing that it's just 2 duelists that they're hearing all the way from A short. They make the rotation back onto the B site. They see the chamber. They also saw the hookah play. They keep their feet planted on B while the enemy duelist is already on A site calling for the rotation again. It's either they're making the rotation difficult for the defense, or they're making the rotation for the spike holder on attack to actually go, where are we going, guys? Are we actually going A or B side? This is literally the only problem that I'm seeing from Dripcash, and it's such a good problem to have. But Tomix, he starts up strong again over to JK.
Beautiful bait and switch, not going to be catching Gelson, but a 180 could have been found as Gelson stays alive. And it is going to be a 3v2. Make that a 2v2 now. As Astro is going to get forced to stay inside Hexagon. Astro, however, walking outside, spots that information, looking for a swing, and now he's already crept his way on towards the site. Information gathered here for the Aces, and now Astro moving towards above, drops down, no transfer found. Spots the legs first, but Banunu is there to clean things up as well as Fishin. Saves their way back into a score. 9-6 is the score line. DLSU keeping themselves alive here in the second half.
That's true. Stopping the 3 feet so far from the rounds onto Dripcash thanks to Sekre and how he maneuvers himself around the site, as well as DLSU still hitting their shots entirely all across the map. I am wondering when they are going to do something a little bit more aggressive. This must be the round to do it, considering the position for Tomix and Banunu. I'm thinking that he's going to put the flash on the right side of short and then make Tomix think that somebody's going to peek on the left side. Unfortunately, Dripcash is not going to go there.
Wow.
DLSU's already posted on the angle. They kill off Juan Carlos. Back-to-back round.
What an angle!
On the other end of a first blood. Fishin gets another one. Perfect flash from Sekre. DLSU are showing off that collegiate players also have a place in Predator League.
Absolutely. And that's left to go one more in Astro to clean things up here. Sekre spots an angle. The beautiful hold held here by the Wonder Boy of DLSU. Both players gonna get flashed as Banunu walks out of there like a robot that he is. And that is information taken here for the side of the Aces. Astro, one smoke, a molly, a phantom, and an orbital strike. And he's going to be forced to save this, ladies and gentlemen. Looking for any exit frags, but he still has a lot of time if he wants to commit this fight.
That's true. 40 seconds and a bit of a smoke to play with. And so far, the only enemy that he has in his line of sight will be Fission. Spotted his position and very well put. It was going to be a disciplined shot all the way from B-Long. A triple for Fission. A 7-9 for DLSU. And now finally, the stars are aligning for how well they have played this. Why do I say that? The way that they're placing their crosshairs now a little bit cleaner compared to before. Their confidence is rising up. Sekre is finally hitting the flashes at the right places. And by the time that Dripcash already on the site, they kind of got surprised by the fact that they put the early smoke down. And the other side of the smoke, that's where the DLSU player is actually lurking around the shadows. This is the type of playstyle that will surprise top teams like these.
Dripcash coming off of their beautiful run there from the first qualifier. Gonna be met with a wall here and a molly to delay any sort of push. And that is gonna be 5 players from Dripcash. Gonna be stopped in looking for their skills. But now, 3 players of De La Salle University gonna be holding this B-long angle. Juan Carlos not gonna be on the lurk for this round, as it is come to a standstill here in B.
They're thinking about using Sekre's ult, or at least just holding the double peak angle against this, because if they do wide swing, they're gonna be met by Sekre. If they do take the slow swing, they're gonna be met by Fission. All in all, DLSU has a good aim angle. It's just gonna be on Dripcash. How do they do this? Double peak comes through, and Fission just knocks them down before they push onto the site.
One enemy remaining.
And there it is. Dropping them like flies at Saikilla, trying to get some shots to connect through the smoke. But what can you do when you're up against the full force of DLSU? As a mowdown of bullets being thrown down inside Hookah. DLSU finding their mark, finding their way. And that is 1 round left to equalize here for De La Salle University's very own Green Aces.
They take 3 in a row. We take 3 in a row right back at you for DLSU. And it's all thanks to the setup for Fission and Sekre, now rising with confidence to try to take the early fights head on, denying them from ever even taking or setting foot in towards the site itself. The hero buy comes through for Dripcash. Juan Carlos back on the up, and we've seen him time and time again get impact kills just like this one. But nobody from DLSU is giving them an inch.
Absolutely. Walking up now. Tried to make the same play twice in B for that aggressive hit. It's not working out so well for Dripcash. So now they're going to be trying to blitzkrieg their way on towards the site. Gelson already making his way on top of the truck. Looks for it. And there it is. Shots are going to be connecting, but has already made his way on towards it. Banunu gets taken out of the picture as Astro already making his way on towards the site. Tomix, however, spots him down. And a beautiful positioning there. Unexpected from both of those sides. There it is. Gonna be throwing it out there, and it looks like it is going to be a transfer. And it's all up to the Wonder Kid. Sekre up against Juan Carlos's operator and Astro's experience on Oasis.
He's going to TP this, isn't he?
Putting up all the Pokemon out before him.
Teleport's ready.
And it is going to be a walk-up towards Long.
Fighting up against an operator. They're fighting up against a controller that actually has aim that can contest against the duelist gods. What more can Sekre do? He doesn't have that much utility to play with other than his trash.
Orbital Strike is going to be on the ready though. And that is going to be very difficult.
He's on.
He's able to catch that. Looking for a shot. Looks like he is going to be able to find this kill. But it's all left to your boy Astro. And he's played this perfectly as Astro keeps the lead alive. Dripcash reaches double digits as DLSU falls when it mattered the most to equalize.
Yeah, and they're not going to be happy with the money situation, but they're happy to actually widen the gap that they have against DLSU Because that win, the win that DLSU would have gotten, could have actually jumped up their confidence, would have equalized the numbers, would have given them more ult orbs to play with for the side of Sekre as well. Even though he used the Thrash, as many usages of these ultis, there's going to be more chances for DLSU. But Drip Cash cut down that momentum. They have an opportunity to still close the gap since they do have a healthy Vi coming into this.
There it is. A wall being placed here by DLSU. Cut off any sort of push here in showers. But it looks like it is going to be chipped open.
Yeah. If the Neon actually uses his overdrive here, only one ulti from Banunu is going to stop it. So they have to be careful about how they use these ultis.
Absolutely. An overdrive and a showstopper at the same time, as well as the Tour de Force. One ultimate.
They can actually deny every Sky Util as well just because of the ult.
Absolutely. But as we say that, Banunu might get a little bit too greedy, as they are just posted up and waiting for any sort of push. Tomix is waiting for a trigger on that rotation. Juan Carlos creeping up slowly with that operator, waiting for the smoke to dissipate as he's already made his way on towards it. Able to secure those kills, but no one more spots a kill. Gelson swings out when it matters the most. Outside killer with the trade, and now it is going to be a 2v2. Fission out of the picture, and now it is going to be Tomix and Sekre, the young guns of your boys here at DLSU. And the plant is going to be going down, ladies and gentlemen. And that triggers the rotation. Tomix.
The Sky ult value, because they thought that he's going to be around that B site, they're not thinking about the TP at all. They focus down on A. They know that two players are going to be separated from each other, so they huddled up on U-Haul. They know that this is the high winning play.
And they are turtled up. They have nothing to go up against this. The post plant is there, but it looks like Sekre is not going to be finding its mark. As this looking like a clear-cut round. Tomix, he has nothing. Paint shells already regenerated because of that kill on towards Sekre, but there it is. Go one more. Shoots the body. Puts him in his place, ladies and gentlemen, as Drip Cash. 11-8 is the scoreline, looking to bring us into match point. And DLSU is looking shaky here.
Adding insult to injury is the raise from Drip Cash as well. 4K from him, investing more ults into the ult orb. And plus, this was as close of a round it could get for DLSU. They had the perfect setup that they needed. But because of the clutch Sky ult that Carl was able to use in the dying moments of this round, he was able to differentiate where the position was going to be for Tomix. They knew that if they TP'd, they would have walked into another different setup that they kind of expected. But DLSU, they're pushing a little bit too far on a short.
They're going to be met with the crosshairs of Astro, as it is going to be a double kill! Tomix and Banunu biting off a little bit more than they could chew.
I got the spot.
And on paper, it didn't seem like a lot, but it was Astro. And that's what's going to make you fall in these high-pressure situations. Those plays that are easily abused can't go, especially in a competition such as Predator League, showing them the true Apex Predator. And Juan Carlos cleaning house as Gelson falls, and it's all up to Fission as we are brought into match point, bringing the lead by 4 here. And with
Fission has to save.
Yeah, he is going to be saving there. And at the moment, all hope seems to be lost here for DLSU. What once looked like a promising journey into a comeback. At Saikilla, Lalawa, go one more Astro, and Juan Carlos say no to their faces.
Absolutely. All in the dying wish for Fission to keep this gun will be sprayed down thanks to the relay bolt combination of a bullet. It's Lalawa to close out this round into a 12-8. And it's all thanks to Drip Cash. Their fighting spirit into holding down the site itself. And honestly, not even a site. Their willingness to wait out the push. They knew that DLSU was going to try something crafty. They didn't know which side it was, so they separate each member on key points of the map. And it was Astro. Shades of the pistol round on the second half, where it was 1 bullet and 2 kills from Juan Carlos. Now it was Astro that dealt the final bullet.
So now it is going to be trench warfare. Drip Cash Able to secure 1 kill, and there it is. A foot in the door. Can they budget open? As
That's the smoker
DLSU,
gone.
mentals low. Lalawa looking to make a kill on towards Banunu here, but it looks like Banunu has the angle and keeps them alive.
They have their key ults. Vision could sort of rotate back all the way towards that A site, that possibly just get Wilson back alive just for the smokes, but he's more prioritizing the B hold that he has with Sekri at the moment. And they know that the threat is not looming around that A side anyway. They do have their key players, both Banunu and Tomix anyway.
We've seen this
This is
happen
gonna be one
before.
heck of a
They
push.
might get collateral as the transfer is found. Slow orb taken. Sekre looking to aggravate the opponent here, but it looks like Dizzy's not going to be finding his mark, but that's completely fine as they've already made their way on
enemy
towards
remaining.
B's side. Flash gonna get thrown out as Tomix is able to secure a final kill. That's Killa, all that's left, and it is gonna be a 3v1. Doesn't expect Sekre's positioning.
That's right. You
As 12-9 is the score. Down but not out. DLSU putting up numbers, trying to chase after that score.
The best response to when your smoker is down for the count, what do? Do not let them get into the site, says DLSU. Posted up on the angle, fully expecting them on B long. They knew that if Dripcash was gonna go for a fast push, a contingency plan was required out of them, which was the TP, which was B long, which was the reason why they pushed into the double setup against DLSU.
Play, let's play.
All the numbers riding on their shoulders just to deny this comeback. And all the pressure seemingly now transferred to the weight on the shoulders of Dripcash.
Dripcash trying to win this out in style isn't the move. Close it out as early as you can, because if you leave an opening for a squad like DLSU, they are going to take it. And they're not going to let you forget that you let it slip past your hands.
They leave Vision, the only man on that B side hookah. If they're gonna forward push on B long, they're not gonna expect him. But if they want to deny any sort of presence from that operator, they also have to smoke off hookah.
It looks like it is going to be a lot of presence being shown here on towards B long. 3 smokes going to be used and abused here by the Brimstone off the side of Dripcash. But that is going to be a lot of space being taken here. But they still left Lalawa to lurk up as DLSU Tomic looking to come out explosive here as a 0 point is thrown out. Looking for a
30
kill.
seconds.
Rocket Fuse trying to find a spot, but it looks like it is going to be one Carlos
Ooh!
to win out a fight. A rotation
20 seconds.
could be called here, but it looks like it is going to be Sekre to meet up against Lalawa. It is going to be a decider here as Astro
Ooh, that's
falls,
bomb.
and it looks like it is going to be bomb for him. Sekre, however, not going to be catching him, as it is going to be Lalawa rushing in towards the angle. DLSU staying alive, getting double digits as Dripcash falls and falters when they need to win it the most. And now
Well,
it's looking bright for DLSU. Bai is not on the side of Dripcash PH. The underdogs looking to take this win home if they're able to secure 2 more rounds and win over overtime, but that's still a very tall order.
the cream of the crop, Guelsen. A very clutch orbital strike. Just delays all the momentum from Dripcash. They thought that from that opening pick, they thought that it was gonna be an open plant on the B site. One quick ulti and everything just sucks down entirely. Disrupts the momentum, disrupts the push shot. Dripcash, all the momentum pushing into Guelsen. It's a judge play.
What?
And Lalawa
Second.
starts it off, but one boom! It explodes into the faces of Dripcash and Tomix. He knocks them down with a double, but at Killa, at least with 1 3v3, they're all low on HP.
Trench warfare called here. Once again, a stop on towards it, but it looks like it is going to be Sekre looking to find a kill with the Thrash. A res found here for Tomix, as it is going to be a Trailblazer found. Running away from it, though, a flash going to be found, and it looks like he is going to be taking the bomb with him. Astro, however, close, but no cigar. They don't expect this. DLSU might fall if they don't check this angle, but Fission is there to cut the bleeding. One Carlos takes one down with him, keeps Tomix in the grave, and now it is going to be a 2v1. Killa throwing it, but it looks like it is going to be a chase down, a run it back. Staying under, however, as it is going to be a Thrash to bind it, and it is going to be Fission and Sekre to keep things alive. A lot of resources being taken there. ultimate of Sekre, ultimate of Banunu, ultimate just used and abused on both ends. But those are the types of plays that you have to play if you want to keep yourself alive. And that's why Drip Cash is a force to be reckoned with. But at the moment, buys are equal. And it's all up to the wits and the aim of both of these players. It's go big or go home for DLSU. And for Drip Cash, it's just one round away to safety.
You can take the ultis, the bows and arrows out of the green aces, but you can never take the fight out of them. Every single moment counts in the last round of play of regulation. And it starts with the push on the Neon.
Atomics!
Atomics!
Vision!
Two, that's a double! As DLSU, they knock down 3 in the hands of Drip Cash. Now
it's a
forcing them to
42.
rotate on the B site. It's an open B plant. But DLSU have the numbers to continue this on.
Turtling up in the showers position, and it looks like it is going to be buying a lot of time for them as Astro is going to be securing this plant. Has the ultimate on the ready too. So this is going to be very difficult for them if they want to play the post. But as of the moment, they have to swing as one unit if they want to win out this fight.
They're all TPing. They're all TPing all the way towards Hookah. And the position for Juan Carlos, he has to adjust it. If he wants full impact on his operator, he has to keep sticking this elbow spot.
Uh-oh. Atomics, however, throwing it out. Gonna be finding its mark, but it looks like a shot isn't gonna connect. As Fission not gonna be catching its mark. Looking for it. Sekre looking to swing. Not gonna be finding Astro. And this might be it. Atomics, however, in a 1v1. All that's left. All the marbles, ladies and gentlemen, looking for it. As Atomics brings it back and equalizes here. We're going the distance, ladies and gentlemen. Overtime is called, and Drip Cash is still in this fight.
Overtime.
The underdogs, DLSU Green Aces, showing fight when it mattered the most. Where it was all done and dusted if it wasn't for Atomics. The beautiful fight for Astro. The good timing from Juan Carlos all faltered thanks to the teamwork, thanks to the perfect rotation call. All culminating because of the showers peak that they got in the early stages of that last round of regulation. 12-12. We're going the distance, Bluey, and I hope you got it. Store a lot of energy for this next round.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you not entertained? A collegiate team going up against a winning qualifying team. This is something for the history books, folks. This is nothing expected less from both of these teams. Molly gonna get thrown out by Astro. Delay a push. But it looks like they have already made an answer towards the shower push that they put up in the very first round of this match. DLSU forced to pull back out. But Juan Carlos holding with an operator.
It's a gamble buy.
It is a very much glass cannon buy. 2 shots from any sort of sheriff, guardian.
They kind of just learned from that mistake that they got in the previous round where they knew that the Neon and Juan Carlos, they're willing to take the A-Shark fight. They bait out the Neon. They have the operator. They leave the inserted Fission in towards showers. They try to fight off the rotation on the B set itself. Relay Bolt, they have the info. They know that so many people are on top of them. They're fighting for TP control, but Lalawa's gonna deny them at any sort of possibility. Atomics down up 4 versus 5. Push on in from Lalawa, and already takes care of Sekre.
Fission, however, able to secure a frag there, and it looks like it is going to be Astro going up against him, but he finds the adjustment, and that is the kill that makes things possible. Banunu puts the plant down, and it is going to be a 2v3. What can you do? A spray down through the wall could have been a game changer there, but Atsaikilla forced to stop spraying. Fission staying in position there, and it is going to be an operator and a Vandal going up against 3 rifles of DLSU.
They're both separated. It's an operator on the other side of the wall. He has to push on in. Fission gets the triple! Almost a 4K, but it's a 1v2. It's up against Carl. Well, what can you do? You're the Sky. You have no util. You have not much health.
It is going to be looking for it as the jiggle found and a shot to connect. DLSU take the first round in overtime, and that's one step closer to moving into a win here for DLSU. Can they bring it home is the question everyone has in their minds right now.
They have to. They've been fighting up against this when they already started 6-9 down for DLSU. It was Drip Cash's game at any point given in time. They were at match point for the longest time in the second half. But DLSU give it an inch and they take it for one damn mile. What a way to start things off on day one of the Swiss stage. As now we see Drip Cash trying to attempt the push on Showers, something that DLSU have been performing on the attacking rounds.
That's a bad use of the relay bolt. It's going to be a big decider as Tomix is looking to go up against the major fragger here for the side of Drip Cash. Although, a disengage found here from both teams, as a lot of space is going to be given to the A site. If they do decide to push this, it's going to be very dangerous with Gelson already creeping up towards it, as it is going to be a shot to connect to the 0 point.
Whew. He knows that he doesn't need to push.
Launching smoke.
A minute left.
They're just gonna re-smoke.
Looks like it is going to be a found shot here for Drip Cash, keeping things alive, and that is sight all for the taking. Banunu, however, Tomix spots a kill through the smoke, and that's an equalizer found. Boombot going to give out Juan Carlos's position. And now, a pincer technique being
Double
taken
flank.
here by DLSU. Gonna get covers here from it. Are they gonna be expecting this? Vision!
No way!
This Mark gets
No,
a
no.
spray down, Astro down, and it looks like it is gonna be Secret coming from behind. Ladies and
No
gentlemen,
way!
4 letters left. Spike gonna be diffused, and that's all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen, as it is gonna be a 1v1.
No way!
All that's left, looking for a swing, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen.
Ooh!
All the doubt, all the games played. Drip Cash may have won Q1, but it's gonna be DLSU to take the win for today's match. 4 letters, 1 archer, and that is the victory for the Aces.
DLSU, they have rallied back thanks to one heck of a comeback. A result that not a lot of people have come into their eyes thinking that this was going to be DLSU's moment. When they saw the second half score, when they saw match point for Drip Cash, they thought it was all but over. It was done. But they made DLSU work for it, man. They made Drip Cash sweat all their tears for how hard it was to close out this game, for how hard it was to go through all the challenges, every single aim duel. Just after that, they had the mentality that they knew that they had nothing to lose. And just from that, it gave DLSU the boost that they need to get all the strats out of their playbook. Push on Showers, push on that short position. So many rotations that actually played so well into their favor. I love seeing DLSU play this resilient gameplay.
Absolutely, I agree with you on that one. Congratulations to the Aces. Expected nothing less from this team. A stellar performance being showed, and honestly, with the way that they performed, they had their mentals at peak levels. They didn't let anything go to stand whatsoever. Even if they got collateral twice, even if the swings weren't working, they kept to their game, they stuck to it, they absorbed whatever happened, and made sure that it didn't happen a second time. And that's exactly what Drip Cash failed to do, was find other ways to put the pressure on them when they couldn't get rid of that really strong mental that the DLSU Green Aces had coming into this match. So congratulations to DLSU. That was unexpected, especially since Drip Cash is very well known to play bind really well, a solid pick for them. But DLSU, with the executes that they had on the sites, with the timeouts that were perfectly placed in those situations, it was just an absolute banger of a show given to us by this collegiate team. So I'm just very, very much happy that collegiate representation is being shown here in Predator League, silencing the doubters, because a lot of the time people would think that they only reached the last Predator League, they only reached that level because of Javi. But now that Javi isn't in the picture, you can see that it's not only him that makes that possible, it's actually also the players that make it possible for them to get to that point.
Which makes it all the more sweeter for this victory for the DLSU side, because you already mentioned their win con and the things that they have been motivating for themselves. Javi's not in this team anymore, and all the conversations about the wins for DLSU was because of Javi, was because of his contributions. But now, without him, now they have a big shoe to fill for where DLSU Green Aces is right now. Without him, they've pretty much shown how well they are doing without Javi 8K. So really, this is beyond what is a shadow of a doubt DLSU's improvement so far in this game, and pretty much very much excited to see what more they can show for us in the 1-0 bracket of the Swiss system.
Absolutely. I mean, congratulations to DLSU, Gelson, Banunu, Secret, Tomix, and Fishin. was an absolute masterclass being shown there. Drip Cash, medyo nagpakampante sila doon once they reached that 12 mark.
Yeah.
Props to them though for their shooters. I mean, Juan Carlos was doing amazing on that operator. That chamber play was absolutely something that forced DLSU to play completely different from what they were trying to achieve if they didn't have a chamber, considering the fact that it was a very aggressive take. But then again, the lineups that DLSU had to go against the angles that this chamber was taking, that Juan Carlos was taking, probably was the reason why it was harder in the latter rounds to make things possible for them. So let's see the highlights of this banger of a match. It's been absolutely amazing casting this game with you, Ramon, and watching it unfold was absolutely brilliant.
It was just absolute cinema from start to finish. I mean, it was already dictated that it would have been a really strong performance, a really strong showing. Just from the pistol round alone, you could tell that Juan Carlos was already set up for success. And so many times, Astra was a heartbreaker for so many of these situations where DLSU actually almost got themselves wins, but they fought valiantly. They fought hard to the very best. And in their potential, they knew that they can come up against the best in the Philippines. They knew that they can contend. They've been in the upper echelon before for Premier League as well. And for them to climb back into the mountaintop without the shadow of Javi 8K following them, it will be a story to end. And it starts with this win against Drip Cash PH. So the LSU Green Aces, we have all our eyes on you. Because this one game, although a couple of holes, a couple of mishaps, and a few shots being missed on the critical moments, this is still a win nonetheless. And it's something that a lot of players, a lot of viewers are actually proud of. Shout out to everybody who's been watching the story of the LSU. Especially to Patman, man. Patman's in the stream right now just watching out for his boy Supply.
Beautiful, man. Look at this. Look at this timing. The way that DLSU were preparing for this was really no joke. And just the performance that they're showing up now, this is exactly what a high-tier caliber team is watching. See, right now, we're going to be looking at the scoreboard. Our first overtime of this whole tournament so far, with DLSU Green Aces taking it. Tomix Fishin, Banunu, Gelson, and Secre against Drip Cash's very own Lalawa, at Taikilla, Go One More, Astro, and Juan Carlos. GG's to both of these teams. But then again, our MVP is none other than your boy, Mr. Tomix himself. 26, 22, and 8. He doesn't even need a picture. He doesn't need a picture. You have to unlock him.
You gotta unlock
first.
His character. That's how much aura he has.
Kailangan 30 kills tas 300 ACS para ma-unlock yung picture ni Tomix.
Totoo. And he's also coming off of this as one of his earliest showings for this DLSU roster as well, right? For a professional game. This is something that he also has to show as his first impression. This is one hell of a first impression.
Absolutely.
And if this is the DLSU that we're going to be watching out for the later games of the Predator League, then I'm already excited as a fan, man.
That's crazy work here being done by DLSU. A crazy comeback here. But honestly, Ramon, what else do you think is in store for this squad?
But what else? What else is going to be
in store for this squad? Yeah.
In store, I think we're gonna be seeing cleaner games for this team. I think this game in particular is not only a good game to start with, but a lesson learned for them. If they can clean out some things, maybe the post plant, maybe the confidence in a lot of the duels, then maybe the game or the series is not gonna be as close as we've seen from this. But I'm happy to actually be proven wrong from this team in particular.
Oh, that's beautiful. But right now, thanks to DLSU, we were able to conquer the curve of expectation, as it is going to be the X39 and X34. The Predators X34's Infinity Widescreen is your new battleground. Dive into the abyss, wreak havoc, and claim victory, just as how DLSU did. Get the competitive edge available on all Acer Predator concept stores that are authorized resellers and the Acer online store.
Yeah. And maybe you want to master the game. Well, look no further than Predator's X39's expansive display. With every war is an epic and every frame is harmony in hertz. Plunge into the abyss, unleash your destructive power, and reshape reality. Shop now at Acer Predator concept stores, authorized resellers, or the Acer online store. But that is going to be it for the third game of the day. But this day is not done just yet. We have one more BO1 coming up to you in the Swiss system, and it's coming up after the short break. My name is Ramon, with me is Bluey, and this has been the Philippine qualifiers of BLT 26. At napabang hindi kami umalis, babalik na agad ang Philippine Qualifiers for the Predator League 2026 Day 1. Ako nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Bluey, and it has been a banger of a third game na naipakita ng DLSU Green Aces versus Drip Cash PH. Talaga nga namang it's so hard to follow that up, but I think they got what's in store for them. It will be PH Rejects versus Oppo Ember Phoenix. Talagang maayos ang naipakita ng champions ng Campus Rivals nung pagdating sa Grand Finals. Pero kalaban nila ang PH Rejects, napaka-experience ang napakaraming players dito sa team na ito.
Absolutely. I mean, looking at PH Rejects' lineup, it is going to be familiar faces talaga makikita natin dito. Considering na silang dalawa played on the same team in the same year, and they are playing now on PH Rejects. Tapos bigyan mo naman kami ng onting history lesson tungkol sa PH Rejects. Paano ba nabuo yung team nila, Bossing Ramon?
Very magkakaibigan kasi yung mga to eh. Matatagal nang magkaka-team yung iba sa kanila, yung iba dalawa yung magkaka-team sila, tatlo yung magkaka-team sa kanila. And right now, yung karamihan ng mga nandito, walang team ngayon. So why not? Sige, magsama-sama tayong lahat para lang durugin natin yung competition ng Predator League. Mismo sa isang araw lang, sa pinakahuling araw ng qualifiers, dinurog nila yung mismong naging competition nila for the PH Reject roster. And honestly, if you take a look at them side by side, talagang bakit wala mga team yung mga to? Kasi legit, they have the star power of a super team kung makikita mo siya in a larger spectrum. Pero I guess medyo bad timing din kasi syempre Wild Warrior just got out of Team Secret nga naman.
Yeah.
It's been a while since we've seen Skylar Von, Georgie, Nexi into the limelight as well. Diba si 2GE also let go by Team Secret as well. So literally bad timings that kind of felt like parang parang blessing in disguise kumbaga para sa ibang mga players dito sa PH Rejects, all culminating into the run doon sa kanilang open qualifiers into this game sa first day natin sa Philippine Qualifiers. That's just PH Rejects for you.
Pero dayo naman muna tayo dito sa kabilang parlor, no? Makikita natin Olfu, Ember, Phoenix, bigatin pa rin tong team na to because like the match we saw last game, they are a collegiate team going up against professionals. And now, knowing this, makikita natin dito sa roster nila, they have some familiar names, you know? But then again, they are still fighting under the banner of the Academe, and it is going to be Olfu, Ember, Phoenix performing against your boys dito sa PH Rejects. But let's talk a little bit about their performance and why they're here in the first place. Starting back during Campus Rivals, they were the ones to dethrone DLSU as the fan favorites to win the whole thing. Olfu Ember Phoenix actually came out on top there, took that win from them, and convincingly was able to turn things to their favor. Grabe talaga. That was a match to be watched. You had to be there. It was an absolute banger of a match, but at the end of the day, just great calling by Wes, great shooting by Shintaro, and just absolute great performance from all ends of these players. Pero ikaw, Ramon, sa tingin mo naman, why do you think this PH Rejects team became successful in their run?
I mean, specifically said, it's not only because maayos yung aim nila no? It's because of the names that you also see in this lineup in particular, right? We have itong si Skylar Von, who literally, I've been saying is the main character nga naman. Whenever he comes into a new lineup, siya yung lagi nagiging star of the show kapag nakikita mo siya on the entry duelist. Sometimes nakikita mo siya as the sentinel, pero he shines the most when he's the one opening up the rounds rather than closing them out. We see Georgie also in a similar spot for him. We've known him to be the Boracay Jet for the longest time, pero ngayon kasi kailangan i-evolve yung playstyle ni paring Georgie para mas suit yung kanyang playstyle sa meta ngayon. Kaya medyo makikita mo siya minsan on the sentinel, minsan nakikita mo siya on the flex roll. So literally, I'm excited to see what Georgie and Skylar Von can put up to the table. Kasi yung kung ilalabas mo yung mga pangalan kahit sino dito sa roster ng PH Rejects, puro VCT caliber players ang makikita natin dito.
Absolutely.
Will that be enough against a team that has made their name doon pa lang sa Campus Rivals? Medyo medyo excited na ako malaman para sa matchup na to eh.
And here's what I want to see during this Predator League. I mean, makita naman natin even in the qualifying rounds, there were multiple schools trying out their squads to get in here, but only 2 remained and qualified for Predator League 2026 Philippine qualifiers, and that is going to be DLSU and Olfu Ember Phoenix. And if Ember Phoenix were able to defeat DLSU in a convincing fashion, I'm pretty sure they have what it takes to take down a team of this caliber.
I mean, they definitely have the opportunity to do so. It would put a very, very nice namesake para sa side ng Olfu Ember Phoenix to actually do so, kasi that would be not just one Titan that they actually overcame. It started with the DLSU Green Aces win. Dun pa lang. They beat them twice in a row. Dun pa lang sa campus rivals, diba? So, if they do it against PH Rejects, then it will be another keep in the namesake for this squad alone. But let's check out PH Rejects as a roster. Para sa ating side na ito, I know we have VCT caliber players. We have 2GE. He was from Team Secret. Georgie, if you remember his calling from Oasis Gaming back then. Pati na rin sa Nexi, Naos, Zol, or you name it, he's been there. Skyler Von and Wild Oreo. This guy just came off fresh off of his venture doon sa Team Secret as well. So literally, pick out any name that you can have here, and in a clutch situation, they're possibly gonna get the run in.
Absolutely. They are very happy right now. They're just chilling. They're just vibing. They know what they can do, and they're ready to prove it here. But right now, grabe talaga yung performance na makikita natin from today's matches. I mean, just looking back at all the matches that we've seen highs, we've seen lows, we've seen close fights. But now we're going to be seeing the second team of this matchup. It is going to be Olfu, Ember Phoenix, going up against PH Rejects, and this is their team profile. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be seeing these players perform against them today. Shintaro, Wes, Aeonix, Kevzi, and Repulsive. I'm excited to see this,
and
man.
Yeah, X-Force, man. I mean, these are 3 players from Olfu that have gone on the run all the way back from campus rivals. Of course, kasama na nga dito si Aeonix at saka si Kevzi to actually hold up the spots para ma-retain nga naman ng Olfu Ember Phoenix yung spot nila dito sa Predator League, no? But they're still champions. There's still a team na masasabi natin can hold up against the pro teams around the local scene. This is the time to prove it kasi it is a PH Rejects roster na walang organization, walang backing, walang resources, but they are still a band of friends na malalakas ang tutok pagdating sa Valorant mismo, no? And sometimes you don't really need an organization just to show off something like that.
All you need is just a few of your friends and just believe in yourselves, and maybe you'll end up like PH Rejects, you know? But highly unlikely.
Maybe not a name like that.
Maybe not, because they're that good. But anyway, looking at Olfu Ember Phoenix, however, showing a different light. The roster that they came into in Campus Rivals is a little bit different. Still having the core of Shintaro, Wes, and Raf. Looks like they have an added bonus here for Kevzi. But right now, we're going to be heading into the game. But right before that, we're going to talk about something that is near and dear to my heart, and that is unleashing peak gaming speed and power with Predator Helios Neo 16S, giving performance that doesn't compromise. Shop now at Acer Predator Online Shop, Acer Predator Shopee, Acer Predator Lazada, or at any resellers near you.
Yep. And don't forget, we also have the Helios 18 as well. Step up and stand out. Be ready for anything with the Helios 18. You can do everything with it. When it comes to gaming, when it comes to everything project-wise, if you have a school update you need to do, then we have the Helios 18 for you. Shop now at Acer Predator Online Shop, Acer Predator Shopee, as well as the Acer Predator Lazada, or at any resellers near you to get your own Helios 18 as well. So thank you so much for Predator for giving us all the time in the world para mai-promote ang mga products na ito, as well as yung game na meron tayo ngayon, ang Ember Phoenix laban sa PH Rejects. And honestly, I'm coming in right hot dito sa ating magiging predictions. No? What do you think? What do you think, man? Kasi medyo mainit kasi yung labanan natin with PH Rejects versus Olfu Ember Phoenix. Ako muna sisimula para makapag-isip-isip ka pa kasi medyo mahirap din to i-dictate. I'm gonna put, kasi nanalo yung DLSU kanina no? medyo na-inspire ako dun.
Na-inspire ka doon?
PH Rejects 1-0 tayo dito. Sorry, pare. Medyo na-curveball tayo na. Sorry.
You break my heart. Wala kang tiwala sa collegiate scene. I have full trust and belief that this roster of Olfu Ember Phoenix can bring it over the line. Because if DLS you can do it, I'm sure as hell Olfu can do the same thing as well. So let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, my prediction is Olfu Ember Phoenix winning this out against PH Rejects. Ayan.
Na baka kasi isipin mo anti-collegiate no? So parang feeling ko I need to explain myself just a little bit.
Sige,
Now,
sige.
I think the magic of having your friends together play Valorant, it does a good thing for your mental. And when you have crack aimers like everybody on PH Rejects roster right now, that's a good thing. You're coming off of vibes, you're coming off of the fun out of playing a tournament na hindi dahil pinapressure ka ng isang org na dapat manalo ka dito. You're just playing here just for the heck of it. And that honestly, to me, just speaks like the soul of FPS anyway. Hindi dahil gusto mong manalo, pero gusto mo lang mag-have fun, di ba?
It relieves a lot of the pressure. And I get that completely. But then again, coming from my end, however, it's more on the experience together with each other. I mean, yes, you have Wild Oreo and Tuge being able to have that experience together in the highest level tier of Valorant play. But then again, considering you have 3 other factors that have been put into this team na magtatropa sila, but they don't really have that much competitive experience or as much training as the Olfu squad has had this year alone. So that's probably the basis of why I'm going for Olfu if you want a statistically sound one. But if I have to make another explanation about the constellations in the back.
Ako kasi vibes Vibes ako Okay na yun sa akin. If they're having fun, if they're shooting right, then that's already good for me. But
that's
you
for
know,
everyone, man.
If it goes for everybody and everybody, pero honestly, it's just gonna be an exciting story that the reason why, or actually the team that actually wins Spectre League as a whole is just a bunch of people who actually just came off of their organizations that just decided, alam mo, ba't hindi na lang tayo maglaro?
Oh nga, yeah.
That would be sick. That would be
Yeah.
sick, man.
Yeah, they're gonna be doing like an LR run for those League of Legends fans out there that know.
Hey,
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
yun, like I get that completely, and it's such a good storyline to do and to make. But then again, it all boils down to skill as we head into match number 4. But right before that, I have a question for you, Ramon. I have a question for you. Okay. Sino sa squad ng PH Rejects yung sa tingin mo mag-MVP?
Sorry,
Mag-MVP. Mag-MVP.
Mag-MVP? Okay, medyo mahirap yung sagot na yan kasi pwede kahit sino sa kanila no? Okay, on a good day, sabihin natin si Skyler Von. Kasi he's always in a position na lagi siya nagpa-first blood kapag ka mga first days of the tournament.
Okay.
Lagi siya nakakaroon ng first blood, lagi siya nagkakaroon ng multi-frag. That's just the type of person that he can be. Pero kung wala si Skyler Von, kung hindi siya kung hindi okay yung tutok natin kay Skyler Von, hindi doon tayo sa mas consistent, si Nexy. Si Nexy talaga may potential. Kasi at one point, this guy was the best sentinel, not only in PH, but for SCA as a whole. And if he can prove that to have the form that he can have ngayon sa araw natin of Philippine qualifiers, then you already have not only a good front line, but a strong stopping block sa likod lang ng backline ninyo, di ba?
Absolutely. I mean, just having that foundation of those players supporting each other, that's something that, you really have to have in order to bring yourself over the top leagues here in Predator League 2026 Philippine qualifiers. Pero ako naman, I feel like Wild Oreo is gonna take it. I don't know. I just have a feeling. May kutob lang ako na if PH Rejects had an MVP for this match in particular, I feel like Wild Oreo has what it takes. Pero another thing would be, I remember watching Wild Oreo play in Team Secret for the first time, and he played really well. So now that this is broadcasted, it might be completely different, but hopefully still the same outcome for Wild Oreo being able to put up those frags as somewhat of like a showmanship side of him that, always wants to show up when the going gets tough. Pero lipat naman tayo sa kabila, Bossing Ramon.
Sige.
Sino sa tingin mo dito sa Olfu Ember Phoenix ang magiging MVP nila?
Yung MVP siguro, no? either si Repulsive o kaya yung laging nagkakaroon ng magandang entry, si Shintaro. Malakas kasi si Repulsive Yan talaga yung pinaka-idol ko sa lahat ng Olfu. Pinaka-idol, pinaka-gwapo, pinaka-matalino.
Ay, wow, kompleto.
Pinaka-lahat, complete package.
Complete
si Kuya
package.
Repulsive.
Kumakanta yan?
Oo, very friendly pa, no?
Oo.
Pwede si
Pwede.
Repulsive. Si Repulsive sabay kong MVP. Sabihin din nating MVP of the tournament. Yan!
Wow!
Gusto kong makita from Repulsive.
Ang laking take nun. Pero syempre, confidence is key, mga kaibigan. Syempre, akin naman, ako kasi may insider ako kasi ako yung nag-campus doon di ba? Naalala ko,
syempre.
si Shintaro.
Ikaw si reporter may hawak na ganito.
Ganun. Si Shintaro kasi, he was the MVP last time. So that's what I'm basing it off of. And if he's able to play consistently like he did in Campus Rivals, I feel like he has what it takes to, just keep that title to himself. And especially if you have people like you said, si Repulsive, pati si Wes, they're able to call perfectly and just play around big plays that would make Shintaro shine. I feel like they have what it takes to go up against PH Rejects. And also, I want to mention, si KFZ nandito, pare.
Si three-time.
Wow.
Si three-time PL champion.
Grabe.
Masasabi na natin sa kanya, no? 2 times from 1 time from Zol Esports, 1 time from RRQ, and if I remember correctly, he was also on the Oasis roster when they also won. I will have to go back on that, but I do remember him winning 3 times para sa kanyang career for PL. So, Mr. PL, matatawag natin sa kanya ngayon So, you would expect him on the Sova. I remember early in his career, naglalaro siya ng Jet nung una. Pero I think yun yung parang naging pipeline ng mga young players na gusto maglaro ng aggressive Valorant. Lalaro sila ng Jet. Tapos eventually, magko-convert sila sa mga Sovas natin. Si Fission nga, tanda mo, naglalaro siya ng Duelist. Tapos ngayon, parang, very flexible na pala tong si Sablay, no?
Oo nga. Pero going back to Ember Phoenix, Kevzy, I'm excited to see what this guy is able to help in the team. I mean, you're talking...
My favorite super rookie!
Super rookie. I mean, you're talking about a player that has earned the title of this specific tournament, and sanay na siya sa environment na ganito, wherein pressure is high, and honestly, like, isipin mo, naging finalist siya for a few times. So obviously, he's ran through the gauntlet, has proven himself time and time again, and most likely, he'll be able to help this team, an already solid base and foundation, to be able to bring themselves over dito against a team like PH Rejects. Kasi kung tutuusin, kahapon lang nakapasok ang PH Rejects. So they had yesterday to show and magamit yung mga pinagpracticean nila before the event started. Whereas compared to Olfu Ember Phoenix, they've had so much time to prepare for this, considering na right after they found out that they won the whole Campus Rivals, they were instantly invited to Predator League 2026. Nagulat na lang sila. So sabi nila, okay guys, let's lock in, let's train ourselves, as these people or these teams that we're going to be fighting up against aren't going to be any jokes. And that's exactly what they're doing right now. They're bringing in the firepower that they need. And if they have to bring a person like Kevzy, which has won multiple PLPH titles, then you got one thing coming to you, my friend, because he is going to be there for them.
If we're talking titles, since I actually was the one who brought that up, then look no further than Shintaro. He was also somebody who was a king of PH back in 2024 as well. So, hindi natin kalimutan that not only is Olfu Ember Phoenix also has Shintaro in him na nanalo ng Campus Rivals. Nanalo din siya ng isang Kings of PH event dito sa Predator as well. So, literally, this guy knows not only yung paglaro dito sa collegiate, pero he knows how to win. Kumbaga, no? So, parang
he knows ball.
Malaki talaga yung expectation for this guy to do well. Kasi every time that we see him on the Jet, he does super well. Above expectations nga naman. I think I remember, nung nanalo nga siya ng Kings of PH back then, we thought that was gonna be the retirement period para kay good old Shintaro. He was never seen from after that. Pero nung lumaban siya bigla sa Campus Rivals, tapos naipakita niya yung mukha niya, nagulat tayong lahat. Kasi parang hindi siya nawala, boss eh.
Yeah, he was just resting, hibernation lang. Ayun, ngayon nagising na siya, campus rivals, and then now he is in the cage once again to unleash the beast against everyone else in this competition. Napakaangas din ng ng logo nila ng PH Rejects kung iisipin mo. Di kasi di ba sabi mo, di ba parang kakagawa lang ng roster nila, yung ganyan. So nakagawa pa sila ng ganyan. No? And big shoutouts din naman sa Allfu. Syempre, napakaganda talaga ng logo ng school na yan.
School nila eh.
School nila yan. Oo, shoutout. Big shoutout to Allfu. But right now, Agents Lock, Comms Hot, Phoenix versus PH Rejects is going to be our storyline for the day.
Yeah. Pero it's not just that, Ted. Parang it's the expectation kasi that both the collegiate teams also have to offer dito. Kasi parang they're coming into this. Yung DLSU kasi parang meron na kasi silang foundation na na-set up since sila nga naman yung nag-grand finals kasama ang Zol Esports way back nung 2024 PL League. Pero kasi that's only just one collegiate team. And they're only just continuing the conversation of if collegiate teams can actually perform. Can collegiate teams keep up with the local scene as well? Hindi ko sinasabing ako yung nagsasabi nun. Ang sinasabi ko, na baka ito yung conversation na sinustir up around these collegiate teams. Kaya buti na lang sinusuportahan tayo ng Predator Gaming katulad na din ng TNC for letting us actually have the opportunity para ma-showcase ang storya ng bawat pro player, ng bawat team na meron tayo dito sa Predator League 2026 Philippine Qualifiers On the way to India, mga tropa, kasi wag natin kalimutan na napakalaki ng prize pool natin. May I remind you, it's a 500,000 pesos prize pool sa kabuuan ng tournament na ito.
Ang laki nun,
sobra.
500,000 pesos.
500,000. Ano gagawin mo sa 500,000, pre?
Di ko alam.
Maraming PC yun.
Madami.
Maraming keyboard. Maraming mousepad. Maraming mouse yun. Maraming suporta yun sa kahit sino mananalo dun.
Pwede kang bumili ng mga products ng Predator Gaming katulad ng X34, pare, yung mga monitor nila. Pati yung mga laptop nila, tol. Yun yung, honestly, pare, there's so much you can do with 500,000 pesos. But honestly, it's not even about the prize at some point. Like, you have to look into this as a proving ground, It's all the culminating points of the passion of these players. Like, these players, they don't do it for the money. They don't do it for the fame. They just play because they really want to, and they want to prove themselves as someone that's worthy of being called a representative for the Philippines in Predator League 2026 in India. Diba?
Yeah. I mean, okay lang din naman if they are doing it for the money. I mean, what's stopping them from doing it right now? They're already at the top 8. They're already gonna be claiming one of the top prizes na meron dito kumpara sa lahat ng mga lumalaro sa open qualifiers natin dito. So, kumbaga parang they're already here and they would have actually been okay with them getting 20,000 pesos. Pero hindi Gusto pa nila lumaban. Gusto pa nila magpakita na sa mga orgs na wala na sila, sa mga orgs na hindi sila kinuha, o kaya sa mga orgs na naghahanap ng opportunity na kumuha ng mga players na katulad ng mga kalibre ni Skyler Von, kumbaga, ng mga kalibre ni Georgie, kumbaga, na kaya pa rin nilang makipagsabayan kahit wala yung resources, kahit wala yung suporta ng kahit sino pa dito sa Pilipinas. That's kind of the thing that you're kind of fighting for kung ikaw ang PH Rejects. Siguro hindi lang nila naiisip yun diba? Parang yun yung parang tinatry nilang kunin against a lot of these teams that are backed up by your Oasises, your Nauses, your Kadilimans, diba? Where PH Rejects are the type of team na talagang gusto lang talaga maglaro ng Valorant.
Yeah, honestly, I get that. But again, going back to our predictions, kanina, if people are wondering why I keep pumapanig ako sa mga collegiate teams, it's because it was very heartwarming for me as the courtside reporter to see the people supporting these teams. I mean, it's not just the players, it's not just their family, it's also the communities that are surrounded by these schools that all love video games, and even the parents. I was able to interview a few parents during that event, and honestly, the passion and the support that they had for their kids, for their children, for their sons, it was absolutely heartwarming to see. And it's relying a lot on proving this to everyone here that esports is not just video games, it's not just play. It's something that you really put your time, really put your effort in. And honestly, that's why I want them to win. It's so that this can be shown as a viable and hindi naman sa ano, pero I want it to be like an avenue so that more and more parents or more and more families accept that this is an option for their children if they're really passionate and have what it takes to go through with this profession.
Yeah. Kasi malay mo, may mga collegiate players din na manunood din dito. Kahit hindi nga collegiate player eh. Kahit isang college na student na naglalaro lang din casually ng Valorant. Nanonood sila ng Predator League. Tapos nakikita nila yung school nila naglalaro pala dito sa tipong competition, di ba? Then that's already inspiration, that's motivation for anybody who is also in that same spot na, ba, kaya din pala nitong maglaro sa gantong prestige na event. So parang a chance like that will always be something that teams like DLSU, Olfu will be cherishing for how they have been performing. That's why you see the mental resiliency from the previous game. Kaya, eto na nga no? We'll be done in towards that discussion at sakto-sakto. Agent select na tayo ng mga babisan dito. Double duelist, Olfu Ember Phoenix, Shintaro on his jet pick, Repulsive on the Flash Yoru Cup. Tapos for PH Rejects, it's Skylar Vaughn on the Neon, something that he has been fighting with ever since he started on Predator League.
Absolutely. I mean, the picks are just impeccable for both sides. We can see here, PH Rejects, they're actually going for a composition that sort of hard counters the Fnatic position back then, because having that Neon is very disruptive on the sites, especially even on defense, you know, not only on the attacking side for Haven. Having those picks, having that relay bolt cover half of the site to be able to secure those area spaces. Comparing to what Olfu Ember Phoenix has, it's pretty simple, very bread and butter. You know, you got the Sova, you got the Omen. These are required picks for retakes. You have the Yoru for the information, as well as the Jet for the hard entry, and Aeonix to have the hold on the site with the alarm bot and the turret.
Yeah. So we're kind of seeing the comfort picks for a lot of these teams coming into this. So it's PH Rejects versus Olfu Ember Phoenix. Will the collegiate team rise up against a team that is VCT caliber in our own eyes? We'll find out. They start on the attack as Olfu ready up and waiting. Flash on in para kay Shintaro, supported by Repulsive. Georgie's pushing a little bit too far, and because of that, they peek into Georgie. 1-for-1. Nexi gets a double kill. Thanks to that, it's a triple for Nexi to start with.
Beautiful execution on that round. I mean, 3 kills from the window. Nexi just sniping out the competition. And now Olfu is just falling in pieces. As Aeonix, Shintaro, and Repulsive, although they took out Georgie, still a lot to chase after here in the first round.
They already started so well with the peek onto the bottom mid side. He's already took down at least Georgie. He was pushing a little bit too far, but the support from PH Rejects is just impeccable. The peek from the garage position, the peek
Spike
onto the B
planted.
site as well. Yung ginagawa ni Georgie sa pag-push niya on window is not a single effort. It's everybody culminating into a perfect timing. Kaya nakapag-set up to si Nexi with a triple kill.
But there it is. A plant found here for Olfu. A breath of life. Has 3 players from PH Rejects moving like a hive mind. And Wes gets mowed down from long. And it's all up to Kevzi, the seasoned vet, in this position. Looking for one to connect. Finds a dig. But Nexi is there to secure that round. Finds a 3K early on and gets the nail in the coffin to take that round. 1-0 is the score. First blood drawn by PH Rejects.
Yep, and a beautiful setup nga naman for PH Rejects, which already comes into a discussion of how they can approach this next round for Olfu Ember. They can buy up for the Sheriffs. They can keep on with the Buckies. Because it was one heck of a response for PH Reject with the setup. Double peek on towards that B mid position. Already supported by the peek on Nexi as well. All the attention was on B mid. All ignoring the garage push. It became a looming threat para dito sa PH Rejects. Georgie has the judge right now. Both of him and Skylar Vaughn now posted up on the angle.
Georgie wants to kill. Wants a shot on it, but looks like Shintaro's gonna get the better end of the angle. As the tripwire is gonna get broken down. Smokes gonna be dashing in right into the face of that Spectre as Monster gonna be able to get two. Wes and Shintaro out of the picture, but Kevzi is there for the trade. Shot gonna be connecting here for Nexi as he's able to find a kill with the Bulldog. Gets one, gets two, and gets three!
Woo!
Clean shots to connect here for your boy Nexi. And this man is holding down sights like there's no tomorrow.
Kuya Nat is on fire. 7-0 and 1 to start the first rounds of play. And what started as it could have been a clean round in towards the garage push ended up into Monster lighting it up with a Spectre. All set up for Nexi to be at the right place at the right time. Cypher not in the best of tier list so far in the patch, pero if you give Cypher to a player that is as aggressive and dangerous as Nexi, then the nerf doesn't matter.
Absolutely. I mean, all you really need to do is just give them that fear factor of having your utility there. But as I say that, Shintaro gets a dash out, but Skylar Vaughn
Spike
and
down
Wild
A.
Oreo mowing down the competition as a shock dart is going to get thrown out for Monster. Going to be able to secure a kill there to get doing the best he can and the best he does. As PH rejects, looking to make this convincing as Olfu has no rounds found just yet here in the first half.
Yeah, and the perfect thing about this as well is that it's not just a step-up performance by just Nexi. It's everybody culminating into a collective effort para lang masetapan kung sino ang confident mag-peak. It was on B mid when they started something like that on a pistol. Tapos sa third round naman, sinetap nila yung A long push para lang mag-hesitate na mag-push lang ulit yung Olfu. May timing na sana tong si Shintaro, pero yung short position na kinukuha nga agad ni Monster just made it so it's difficult to actually commit towards that A-long angle.
Cutting through.
Now, gun still not on the side of Olfu, and it looks like Georgie's looking to abuse the Outlaw. As light shields are going to be bought across. As a shot is found by Kevzi. Teleports right above. And Georgie able to secure a kill. But Wild Oreo gets shut down there.
Beautiful timing on the peak. Aeonix already spotted. So at this point, knowing that they have the better guns, they don't need to give up that too much for space. And possibly just play for the B rotate. But I think Duge is already at the committed position.
Repulsive, however, finds a spot. Finds his mark for Monster, able to take down Repulsive. West and Aeonix, one by one, go down, down. As Tuge shows them the highest caliber of play, creeping up behind them, not giving them any sort of opening. I mean, opening shot by Kevzi there. Georgie gets taken out. Skylar Vaughn gets caught with his pants down there. But Tuge,
Jesus.
2,
Last player
3.
standing.
Look at the
Just
consistency of that crosshair placement.
Just
And that is
completely
beautiful.
isolating each gunfight, man. Just completely shutting down their hopes. They all just squander in a duo. And both kills given up to this guy. I mean, Tuge has been a prospect from Team Secret, and we already know what he's capable of. But Kepsi is a name that you can never underestimate. You can never forget.
There it is.
Picks up one, gets the other.
There
Repulsive
it
makes it
is.
a double. Repulsive makes it 3. That will be a double kill from the Yoru of the side of Oldfu. They're finally showing their true colors. Skylar Vaughn and 910, the last two bastions of hope for the side of PH rejects as they peek onto one, but Shintaro is gonna knock that down to make it a 1 versus 5 for the Sova.
Wild Oreo not gonna be finding his mark there as Shintaro able to secure that final kill and put themselves on the board. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a game, folks. Don't go anywhere. This could get sticky.
Yeah,
One enemy remaining.
sticky as it gets. The only reason that you would peek onto one angle is to get the early info, but what if that one opportunity you get to get early info is already shut down because you got a shot to the brain? It's been the story for confident players, just like PH Rejects, but unfortunately, it's also been the case for Kebsi. He's an underrated player when it comes to the aim department. Ang super rookie nga naman para sa Olpu Ember Phoenix. Pumasok sa lineup na ito as one of the youngest players that we have on the roster.
Yeah, absolutely. But now, seeing as though how they're playing this, I mean, Olfu knows that they can't play on their pace right now. They have the aim, they have the playstyle to counteract whatever they were trying to do the first few rounds. So now they're playing default. But a lot of space was already been given here for the side of PH Rejects. As in, you can see, Georgie already making his way, taking out the Onyx, and that's anti-flanks down for the side of the All2 Phoenix.
Who's next?
Opens up all the possibilities. Pwede nila i-flank, pwede nila lang hanapin yung opportunity para makuha yung isa pang side na walang tiniting ng bot, walang tiniting ng molly. Repulsive is using the dimensional drift as a human drone. He has the opportunity to claim them off from CT pa lang.
Planted.
But All4 are just gonna be happy with taking the spike plant down on C.
Look at that. An early kill on Aeonix, giving a lot of space for Skylar Vaughn in the flank. But there it is. A Hunter's Fury going to get thrown out. And it looks like a blind is going to be coming in for Repulsive. Repulsive all alone in towards the side. The scan's going to be found. And it looks like a spray down is good. Connects it. Skylar Vaughn takes down Repulsive. And now the site is all for the taking here. Low HP bars for the side of All2 as a spam is going to be coming in. KevZ taking down 9-10.
They're just
Spray
sticking
down
it.
is good.
Oh, no!
Georgie, all that's left is sticking. And like I said, ladies and gentlemen, buckle up, because this game's about to get sticky as PH Rejects stick that defuse with Georgie on the helm, praying to God that he doesn't die from a stray bullet.
And he did not count his blessings. He did. And the blessing he got was a full stick on the defuse just after they got to half. Well played for the side of PH Rejects on the entry, but what they never realized was that All2 had the willingness to keep sticking on under their noses thanks to the smoke provided by the side of Tuge. To steal the round away into a 5-1, knocking down their momentum on what could have been a steal of the round for All2. Preparing for a push on the B side, Georgie just knocks down one. That will be the clone. Provides the entry for the side of All2 as they try to spike the Smackdown down.
Suffering heavy damage there for Shintaro, falls into the smoke as Nexi takes him down. Already taking a lot of space here for Repulsive. Georgie is out of the picture, and now it is going to be a 4v3. Spike is down, and it is in favor of PH Reject as West is looking for a jiggle peek. Shots are going to be connecting, a slide out, and it looks like Skylar Vaughn hits the shot. And it's looking bleak here for All2 as Repulsive and Aeonix are the only ones that are left, but Toge spots it down and has an absolute impeccable read on the opponents here. As it's all up to Aeonix. A man yet to show his prowess in this match. Pre-firing, shots connecting, a dink found, and it looks like no kill is found here by Aeonix. PH Rejects. Another round on their belts. And we can see Wild Ordo's just laughing, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I told you. The vibes are high. At yun yung puhunan at the end of the day, diba? When you have the mechanical prowess, you gotta back it up with the mental stability, diba? And at this point, this team of PH Rejects, a bunch of Pug Stars, already showing their true colors this time with just winning the gunfights, getting the opening read on the B site push, despite the good entry from Shintaro, as well as the combination of KevZ. Doon pa lang sa B site, it's not enough to supply that much of a decisive objective take for them kung hindi nila mapapanalo yung gunfights itself. So, timeout called for All2. A bit of a, I'd say it's a deserved one.
Yeah.
Considering the momentum being stolen away from them.
Absolutely. I mean, here's the thing with All2. Let's do a quick recap of what they were trying to do the whole game. First off, they tried to aggress mid, but they were met with Nexi's Ghost. A 3k found in window, that's completely fine. And then they keep trying to aggress, but none of the sites seem to be working. What do? They try to play for defaults. Eventually, they're able to win one round. But then again, because of PH Rejects' ability to be able to adapt in any sort of situation, any call that Wes has been putting down to give Repulsive Shintaro an opening to get into these sites and get those frags, na-adapt ng PH Rejects. They know how to play around it, and they just have a really good read on the match so far. And that's what's bringing them over the line right now, and that's why there's a 5-round lead in this match.
Yeah. It's just the difference in terms of experience, man. They played the situations before, and they have practiced all throughout with the experience that they've had. So it will be KevZ, opening pick. Georgie takes the other one, so that's both Sovas trading blow for blow, and Georgie's gonna hit the shot. Repulsive, a little too unlucky on the site, because he didn't know that the Yoru was quick on the trigger. Mental Jeff giving the information. They know that everybody's around that A site, so because of this, PH Rejects are just gonna hunker up on the defense.
No! And that was Shintaro's clean cut kill, but Skylar Vaughn able to find that adjustment. The smoke gonna be thrown out here on towards the site. But they are split up. Shotgun on the ready. Kevzi. Does he expect this shorty play from Georgie? It looks like the call is just to hold trench warfare. A lot of barrels being pointed towards the directions of these players as the smoke dissipates. A smoke is down, forcing Nexi to make some noise, but just to bait him out. But he spotted.
Enemy remaining.
Finds it.
30
Kevzi
seconds
down.
left.
Nexi finds his counterpart Sentinel. As the cleanup crew arrives, PH Rejects not making this a challenge whatsoever.
Yeah, it's just a steamroll at this point. And it starts with Georgie on the operator this one in time. The confidence rising thanks to this weapon, thanks to this investment from Georgie. Starts on short and completely commits on the A-long angle. Thanks to the assistance from both Nexi and Skylar Vaughn, he has the confidence to keep holding that angle despite him being an open threat to the short angle. Two players are literally watching his back. An unfortunate set of circumstances for PH Phoenix. But it's teamwork at the end of the day for PH Rejects. At the end of it, 7-1. No HP for Repulsive thanks to the shock dart. The utility has not been lost for Wild Oreo. He's still one of the top dogs in the PH scene just because of that fact. Is this going to be a lurking prowess for everybody across the board for PH Phoenix, looking to see if they can find an angle over at that A site.
Drone gonna be thrown out. Clear out any sort of angle. Kevzi and Shintaro not gonna get tagged, but it looks like it is gonna be Wes that's given the information. They don't expect this explosion coming from long because they don't have that information as he dissipated the drone really easily.
Sobrang layo ng Omen too, so if they're gonna try to smoke off that long position, it's gonna take a couple of seconds to do so than usual. But I don't think they're looking to use that possibility anymore. They're gonna try to fight for this. Ember Phoenix are on the hunt.
Oh, but Wild Oreo expects the teleport. Shintaro looking to make some magic, but it looks like Nexi and Skylar Vaughn answer back. And now it's 7-1, mowing down the competition. And this isn't even a competition, folks. This is a massacre, and you're watching it happen in front of your faces.
8-1 for PH Rejects. They never needed to smoke because they had full trust in the cover, full trust in how they can perform when they know that the smoke's coming at your face, when they know that there's a jet coming on with an updraft in your face as well. They can win the gunfights. And that's where Skylar Vaughn shines. If you give him a duel, he really will put it onto you. Trying to out-duel against him. Good thing Nexi is also there to provide support for the team. That's 8-1 for PH Rejects, forcing the Ember Phoenix roster to go on a bit of a half-buy for a few of them. Actually, a force for majority of these players, now that I realize it.
There it is, entry made on the site. Repulsive looking to make things close, but Shintaro and Kevzi able to take down Fairmonster and Nexi. Okay, out of the picture, Skylar Vaughn as well, and now it is going to be a 2v4. Kevzi on the low, Shorty not going to be finding it smart. It's all up to Wild Oreo, finds two, but Wes is better on the trigger, better on the barrel. And maybe they have found the solution to the equation. Ramon.
Literally threw the brains out the window, put the pedal to the metal. Took C-long control as quickly as that, and you got the aggressiveness as well coming through for Aeonix. Steps up to the duel.
Enemy remaining.
Upsets across on that C-long control just from the chefs. You can tell that the actors were surprised. And that was a quick flick from Wild Oreo too. He had the potential, all in the trust in his hands, but it really was an overwhelming situation when you got 4 people peeking onto you one by one.
Aggressive take. Shintaro catches Skylar Vaughn from running. 9-10 gets taken
What?
out. As Shintaro is just catching all these kills. Georgie, however, answers back to Wes. And a teleport out from Georgie. They're gonna play for a retake here. Nexi, nothing but cages on his hands.
You should run. Spike
Popping it.
planted.
Looks like a lockdown is gonna get initiated here by Aeonix, forcing the push to be rushed even more. Shintaro, Repulsive, taking down Toge. Nexi, a pop and swing!
Jesus!
And that is absolutely disgusting from Shintaro.
Last round before the switch.
Something that we've been looking out from this kid, the MVP, as you mentioned, to always be the watch out for the squad. Perfect recon dart, just completely dismantling the A-long defense that they've had.
Enemy remaining.
And all because it's the combination of him pushing and Kevzi on the from the shadows push. This is the Ember Phoenix that we've been looking out for all throughout this Haven map. And will this be an eventual 8-4 if they force it out, or will PH Rejects reset back?
It really is the question, but now Kevzi able to take down Skylar Vaughn. Teleport able to settle in the site. And now Hunter's Fury gonna be used and abused here. Aeonix gets taken out, but West gets a trade on towards Toge. 9-10 able to get us killed through the smoke.
Ooh.
Shintaro out of the picture. No kill found, but Repulsive finds two. One
The
outside,
flank, the
one
flank, the
inside.
flank.
A flank by Georgie, however. And now it's brought to a 2v1.
Spike planted.
Thrown out, and it looks like it is just gonna be a 1v2 situation. Teleport right out, and it looks like he is gonna be forced to fall back, but the recon bolt is gonna be giving all the information that they need. A wide swing looking for it. Georgie, can he handle it? West able to find the kill. Put a stop to the bleeding that PH Rejects have been putting down, and Phoenix of Ember burns and burns more in this match.
And they said coaches don't play, man. Because already West was the smartest one on the server. He knew that the situation was already lost when they knew the flank wasn't going to be the absolute thing that they're looking out for. Good shots from Georgie. He had the potential. He also had the read. He had the crosser right on to where West could have been if he was standing. But a good thing it was an off angle for West, invested in the last dying moments of that half. So an 8-4, a doable half for Ember Phoenix. But PH Rejects, you can't deny they're this far ahead.
Absolutely, man. 4 rounds isn't really a big of a chase. So let's see if Ember Phoenix has something to answer for it. But an execute already being made. A shot to connect here for the clone. Breaking the turret, but Aeonix catches him.
Jesus.
Trades off the utility with a kill, and that is more than accepted here. Questionable placement of the alarm bot, but it is going to be Aeonix finding the second frag in this match. 8-4, ladies and
Closing it
gentlemen.
out of the fight.
Remember.
He doesn't even need to commit to the peaks. He just has to find the opening info.
Uh-oh.
But he whiffs out on the timing while the Oreo could actually spot out Aeonix on the peak. They even have somebody lurking around the shadows on a site, but Aeonix doesn't know about this.
Oh, smokes him off right at the same time as he was about to swing too. And that is going to be the plant secured. No push found, waiting for his teammates, and it looks like it is going to be the decision. Very spread out ang resources dito ng PH Rejects. Pero titignan natin kung kaya ba nilang ipang retake to. May rason para sa lahat. At siguro may rason din sila kung bakit napakalayo nila sa isa't isa. Pero ayan na nga. Papasok na po. Repulsive able to take down Nexi. Looking for a swing. 9-10 and for Monsta. The team secret people looking to get a shot to connect. To get all that's left. Can't wallbang with anything. It's a classic in hand. But Kevzi is there to take him down. As fair Monsta can't stand up for his team. Slowly but surely creeping up. Ember Phoenix grabbing every opportunity they can. And it's not over till it's over, Ramon.
Yep. It's good individual skill from Aeonix at the end of the day. It's good decision making. Knowing that the garage was going to be the possibility, he peeks onto the first player that peeks onto his turret. That was Georgie. Knocks off the util and knocks off any possibility of the trade whatsoever. And the way that he also peeks onto the C-Long player also was to be taken note of. He didn't suffer that much damage on the Georgie peak. He didn't even suffer that much damage at all. He had the confidence to even peek onto the C-Long player. Oh, he sets up what could be an easy defense for the side of PH Rejects because of that, but now it will be that 5th round win for Ember Phoenix. They have so many eyes on C-Long. Skylar Vaughn gonna be holded up on the entry. This C-Long push is a possibility. That is why they have both players struggled up. It was gonna be the Yoru and Aeonix to hold this up, but we've already seen this happen before. They're not willing to do it again.
For a pick on towards mid, it looks like Kevzi's gonna be met with a bulldog here. Falls into the hands of Kevzi. Their monster gonna get caught by Wes, falling into the plans. It's like following a prophecy here. And Wes is the story weaver as a shot is found but cannot connect to a kill. Nexi, however, able to secure kill with a classic. Low HPs though for Georgie and Nexi, and there it is. Shintaro and Kevzi cleaning things up here. 8-6, and this might be trouble for PH Rejects.
It is trouble, but at the end of the day, it is just their eco round. So not all is lost. They still have their lead. They still have the buy round that they can come into this to invest into this round, 8-6. But what's going to be concerning for PH Rejects in the long run is the confidence for Shintaro, the confidence from Aeonics now building up from the first 2 rounds that we've seen in the second half. While Shintaro holding up that Guardian does give him the confidence to fight them off on that A short extremity. You can't deny that his aim is impeccable when he is in the good mood. And doing so,
Absolutely.
he's going to be put up for success. So,
Uh-oh.
8-6. Wes, maybe we could cut the VOD on that. Nobody saw that,
No one
diba?
saw
Hindi ko
that.
alam nakita, diba?
I don't think anyone saw that.
Clip natin. Tapos i-delete natin out of existence.
Wala tayo nakita. Wala. But here it is. Drone coming out. Whee! It looks like it doesn't spot any.
It doesn't. They're kind of concerned on whether this is going to be a full A hit or an absolute garage lurk that's actually being invested with the spike, but they do have the time to consider that. They have so many people on A that it's concerning that PH Rejects are even considering this.
Nexi spots a kill to his Sentinel counterpart, looking for a shot to connect there. Both teams are going to be blinded out of existence as Skylar, Vaughn, and Georgie winning out the fights. As it is just going to be Repulsive left. Nexi has a lurk. He's looking to knife him. Ain't no way. Shot's going to be connecting here as Repulsive can't find and choose whichever duel he wants to take. Nexi, he pulled out his knife, man. Nilabas niya eh. Nilabas niya eh. Hindi ko parang pinaplano niya eh. Binabalak niya eh. Pero respeto pa rin at the end of the day. One more round for PH Rejects, and that is double digits. Or if Awful Ember Phoenix is able to win this out, they could put PH Rejects in a position where economy is not favorable and therefore could have an even more difficult time.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes with this. It could be an aggressive push all the way towards PH Rejects, as it will be that 9-6. Goes Matt in towards that shock dart. We also have the long smoke, but done by the Phoenix roster. They're looking to fight this with 2 players on they have. And the only lurking potential that they have is Nexi. But it's not too far off the mark. PH Rejects are going to be happy to take these minutes, these seconds of waiting. It's agonizing pain to the anxiety that Phoenix have in their arsenal right now. Medyo nakakilabot kasi kung ano yung pwede nilang i-push dito eh. Pwedeng nag-push na pala sila ng A-long, di pala nila alam na nandun na pala sila. Or pwede ding nasa B-site na pala agad yung mga players na to eh.
But right now, what we can be sure of is that PH Rejects are just slowly creeping up to take a lot of space. Turret's going to be out of the way, and that's one less space that is given, or that is taken rather, by Ember Phoenix. A lot of their resources are going to be put into the angle of A site. But right now, Nexi has a complete opening if he wants to go inside B site.
They still don't have early info from the defensive side if A-long is still the sure push. They invested 4 people rotated onto this, but B side is wide open. The bait of the century for PH Rejects. They thought they had 4 players. It was actually an open B plant that they wanted.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to think that they were able to bait out that rotation towards the A site because of a few clones and a few recons. Beautiful execution by PH Rejects, but as we say that, while Dorio and Nexi are going to be the ones to fall, Shintaro looking for it. Repulsive and Aeonics able to answer back. And although the play was good, the execution and the finish fell short here for PH Rejects.
It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish the round. It is unfortunate that PH Rejects pushed a little bit too far, took a little bit too much time to consider what the post plant was going to look like. And by the time that they were gonna decide on hunkering down the front side of B, nakapag-peak na agad yung mga ceiling players, nakalabas na agad yung backside para sa kanila. Naubusan na ng oras, kumbaga ang PH Rejects bago pa man sila magkaroon ng desisyon And it was more than enough for Shintaro and the rest of the pack to actually retake from all sides of the map.
And this is what I'm telling you, man. Collegiate teams have a spot in this tournament, showing how they're making people, and they're making teams rather, like PH Rejects, a run for their money as Ember Phoenix slowly creeping up back towards the top here, trying to equalize it. We've seen this scoreline before, haven't we, Ramon? Same with a
Yeah.
collegiate team.
Yeah. It was a pretty dusty map, if I remember correctly, wasn't it?
It was a pretty dusty map,
sandy.
man. Pretty dry.
Pretty dry. Pretty there were bows and arrows flying around the
there
horizon.
was, yeah. And now here in this map, there's a Phoenix soaring over the rejects.
Oh, you mean Borkum's Phoenix?
Okay, let's not talk about the Borkom's Phoenix. Okay, that was.
We don't talk about Borkum's
yeah.
Phoenix.
It's okay though. It was a good effort.
Yeah.
And now,
97. Early peek from Repulsive. He has the
Ooh,
opportunity
that camera.
to use this.
Beautiful. I didn't even
okay,
see where it
kasi
was.
nag-deny din yung info. Nag-deny yung operator at nag-deny din yung opportunity to get the first blood. They got P-site, it's for free. But we've seen this situation happen before. A free open B site, how does the post plant look for them?
That is the question that still remains. But Repulsive takes note of this lurk. Looking for it, looking for a swing. Gets a shot. Nexi finds it. The timing is beautiful. You may be smart, Raph, but Nexi says he's smarter. He knows your timings, and Wes has already slipped past him. But that's completely fine, as the Neural Theft is going to be giving that information. Toge trying to get those shots to connect, but it looks like the spike has already reached phase 2. Shintaro gonna be forced to go for that defuse. Skylar Vaughn takes down the Onyx. 910 gets down West. Shintaro takes down Skylar Vaughn, but it looks like a rain of bullets is what makes them win this round. As double digits is earned, ladies and gentlemen, by the PH Rejects. And Ember Phoenix, signs of life, gets put down once again as they need to look to chase down a 3-round lead given by PH Rejects.
Finally, it's a retake scenario for the side of Ember Phoenix that would have actually came to life if it wasn't for Nexi, if it wasn't for the post plan for PH Rejects. Finally, this time the timing was perfect for them to come out the B site, and it gave Nexi that much more space to freely take roam of a short. Napatay niya yung operator, bumalik siya agad all the way towards window para lang masupply ng mas maayos yung firepower from window. It put them in an uncomfortable spot and now put Phoenix in a bit of a low buy. They kill off Kevzi, so that's already the smoke's gone. Pero Repulsive, nasa Bucky ang pangarap.
Talaga naman nandito talaga ang pangarap, mga kaibigan.
Take flight.
But as of the moment, it is going to be a drone to spot out Repulsive. He's looking for it. A shot to connect. Spots one. Skylar Vaughn out of the picture. And the dream has been achieved. The flash going to get thrown out. Beautiful use of the utilities and positioning there, but it looks like it's still going to be space taken here by Ember Phoenix. West going to get spotted out. Nexi with a shot through the wall as Shintaro takes down Georgie. 3v2. Repulsive and Shintaro. A flash going to get thrown out. Toge spots the kill on towards Shintaro. It's all up to big boy Repulsive. Shot to connect. Tries to get it down 1 HP. As Wild Oreo brings him to the wilderness. 11-7. One more point, ladies and gentlemen. The PH Rejects could very well bring us to a match point position.
Yung kadalasan natin nakikita kapag napatay ka ng isang naka-eco, let's say a Bucky, let's say a Sheriff, is na after mamatay siya, yung ibang mga teammates magro-rotate sila eh. Pero PH Rejects had a good call to commit to the fight knowing na they still had the better guns. They knew that the Yoru was not gonna keep his position doon sa ka-B position na yun. Kasi kailangan niya mag-TP kasi baka may mag-trade sa kanya. And it led into an onslaught of kills for PH Rejects. They had the Vandals, they had the better guns, kaya mabilisan lang yung mga aim duels knowing that Phoenix only had pistols. That literally was the difference maker. There's just nothing else to it.
Take flight.
No difference whatsoever. But right now, already deciding where to push in. Alarm bot gonna be broken. Space gonna be taken. Trying to force out a rotation, but it looks like Ember Phoenix is just holding these positions. As we can see, Aeonix holding with a Judge. Turret on the ready here. Flash gonna get thrown out, gets a kill, gets two, Nexi with a trade. Hunter surely gonna get thrown out. Georgie, however, able to teleport right out of there as Nexi is able to secure that plan.
Yeah, well designed the reading space now. Reposition just after the fact, but they don't have info. At least they know that there's gonna be coming from a link. But how many are gonna be finding? 3 people from PH will go back to the B main in position, but still Kevzi's alive. So they can just put down the smoke. They need to push a little bit too far for this.
Teleport on towards the site. Omen able to secure a lot of space and the smoke is already in. Georgie, however, gets a spot, gets 2 kills. Hunter surely on the ready. Nexi gets 1. Turned it around. Kevzi all that's left, but Georgie is faster on the trigger and better on the barrel inherently. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at match point, courtesy of the PH Rejects.
The Boracay Yoru just huddling up with Nexi na napaka-sexy on 20 kills on the post plant. They pulled it off into a 3 versus 4, and it just came off of blood, sweat, and tears, winning the fights. A triple peak from Ember Phoenix denied thanks to the smoke put down by their own Kevzi smoke. They needed to updraft. They needed to get isolated just because they were trying to deny them from spraying on through the diffuser. They couldn't.
Nexi finds Repulsive, tries to go for a shorty frag, but Aeonix pops up with 2. Skylar Vaughn equalizes. Paranoia gonna get thrown out. Relay Bolt also thrown in. Shot not gonna connect. Skylar Vaughn going critical as a 3K is found. It's all up to Wes. A 1v2. Can he make this possible? Will this be the end? Playing it safe. PH Rejects falling backwards. No ultimate ready. Relay Bolt used. Drone on the ready, even the case he does go for a stick. No smokes available. All he has is a Vandal and a Dream. Recon Bolt and a Dream. There's nothing you can do in this situation, Wes. Unless a miracle happens. Drone gonna get taken out. Looking to swing it. Trying to bait out these pushes. He's trying to play this as safe as possible. But there it is.
Attackers
what
win.
can you do when Skylar Vaughn aims at you? GG, well played. As the PH Rejects take this win against Olfu Ember Phoenix.
Yep. And it was the way and how they approach every gunfight as well. Pure confidence, pure vibes, and as well as just the pure impeccable performance coming through from the young stars that we've had in this roster. Nexi and Skylar Vaughn, 2 of different sides of the same coin, if you think about it, right? Because it usually, you kind of expect the Neon to actually be the more I say aggressive force into this lineup. But if Nexi is also somebody that you don't expect to also be aggressive, then you kind of have 2 very, very important key factors into this win for PH Rejects. Simply put, because of the multi-frags that they're able to put up despite them being on different types of agents. This is very unprecedented for a talent like Nexi and Skylar Vaughn. But honestly, considering the talent that they've had, I'm not really surprised.
Me too, man. Honestly, the way that PH Rejects played against Olfu Ember Phoenix, the winners, by the way, of Campus Rivals, it's just completely night and day, the level of competition that they're at. And it shows, especially in the lurks of Nexi, opening frags given by Skylar Vaughn. And also, you have to admit, Georgie was one of the key fraggers in that scenario, especially in that post-plant when Kevzi just decided to just spread the site with smokes. But at the end of the day, it was him tagging out Shintaro from the air and ending that round in an exceptional way wherein they would take that round. Just GG, well played for your boys here at PH Rejects. But we have to commend the performance of Olfu Ember Phoenix, bringing it as close as 9-7. But at the end of the day, slowly closing it out and just really just bleeding out at the end. PH Rejects showed that there is more to become of this Olfu Ember Phoenix team.
I mean, honestly, it's easy to count out the team like Olfu Ember Phoenix just to look at them and say that they're just a collegiate team. But they're not just a collegiate team. They're a collegiate team that has took down a dynasty. They're a collegiate team that has took down very important players in their own individual performances as well, right? So it might not be the most polished team at the end of the day in this performance alone, but at least they put up a good fight laban sa PH Rejects na mismo naging surprise ang nakita nating performance natin sa kanila no? Kasi they literally nakita natin sila sa mga rosters na naglaro tong si Nexi, tong si Georgie together, nakita natin itong si Wild Oreo tsaka si Nexi played up together. At one point, 4 of these players have been playing with each other. Parang wala naman nagbago at all talaga no? So parang ano bang hinahanap nilang chemistry at synergy kung matagal na silang merong ganun? Parang alam na nila yung sistema at parang nandun na yung hive mind. Parang plug and play lang para sa kanila to
Yeah, it's like they only have to say one word and they already know what to do immediately. And that's the type of communication that really, puts you over the edge and brings you above the competition, especially in a tournament like this where you see a lot of organizations, a lot of teams, they only formed just a few days, they only formed recently and only had a few weeks of practice maybe even days. But PH Rejects just show that as long as you have a sheer amount of experience and you know who you are playing with exactly and understand their playstyle as well, you can outperform teams such as Olfu Ember Phoenix. And that's just absolute masterclass being presented here and just great Valorant overall being projected by your boys here at PH Rejects.
Grabe. And parang hindi mo din I can't really fault you for actually giving a lot of stock dito sa Olfu Ember Phoenix no? Kasi they've moved immovable mountains from campus rivals itself, so the expectations are high para sa Ember Phoenix being one of the collegiate teams nga naman that are representing collegiate esports as a whole laban sa mga players na ginawang buhay ang Valorant, ginawang lifestyle at saka livestock ang Valorant mismo para sa kanila, whereas collegiate is scratching the surface on what can be possible in terms of making moves, making innovations in the local Valorant scene, diba? We've seen that from Javi 8K. We've seen what DLSU Green Aces, formerly Virtus Arcus, can actually perform on a level like this, diba? Pero it's a long way to go for something
really
like
Olfu
Ember Phoenix talaga. It's a really long way to go, especially against teams that are capable of these sorts of situations where PH Rejects literally have nothing to lose. So there's no pressure on them to perform in the level that they're expected to, because there's no expectations against them talaga, pare.
And honestly, just crisp shots overall, high-level Valorant play being displayed here in the highlights. I mean, look at that. Wild Oreo just showing up when it matters the most. And honestly, it's not that far of a stretch to say that he performed really, really well. But right now, looking at the stats here, 13-7, PH Rejects take the victory against Olfu Ember Phoenix. A good try from both ends, with Olfu Ember Phoenix having Shintaro taking the lead in KDA, 17-15 there on Jet. But looking at PH Rejects, however, grabe. Just the performance of all these players, none of them, not a single person went single digits here. And that's exactly what we want to see, with Skylar Vaughn only dying once the whole game. That's insane. That's crazy.
We'll have to double check the stats for that if that is going to be the case. Pero overall, it's just a well-played performance from everybody on PH Rejects as a whole, diba? We already kind of talked about the highest of highs that every single one of these players have been put up. Right now, they're just playing for the fun of it and the heck of it. And I kind of just want to see that story keep playing out. So congratulations ka naman sa PH Rejects. Syempre, Nexi with 21 kills can mark him as the eventual match MVP para dito sa PH Rejects as a whole. And then syempre, there's no argument. It's Nexi na napaka-sexy with his comeback of the century. Congratulations para kay Nexi na naka-cypher. 21 kills, 3 assists, 250 ACS. This is a guy that you can always miss on, sir.
I mean, honestly, like the way he was lurking the whole game put Ember Phoenix's head in a swivel, always having to look behind them, having that sort of pressure in the back of your neck, sweating, just waiting for the next move where Nexi is, and having that breath of relief when you spot him in the map. That's something not every sentinel, not every lurking sentinel can do, but that's exactly what Nexi prospered in, and that is why he has earned his title as match MVP for here in this match against Olfu Ember Phoenix. But what a game we just had. It was absolutely phenomenal. Guns out, PH Rejects take the match. Absolute
Yep.
banger of a match, Ramon. What did you think about that whole game as a whole?
I mean, it was an enjoyable one to say the least about. There was the potential for Ulfu Ember Phoenix to rise up thanks to their first two pistol wins doon pa lang sa ating second half. It would have been a story to actually see both of our collegiate teams actually win on this occasion, pero at least in the Swiss system may chance pa silang isa pa kung kailangan nila, 'di ba? Kasi syempre the competition is tight. There's only too many slots sa papunta dito sa ating playoffs, kaya kailangan maging consistent pa yung mga records ng iba pang nating mga teams, lalo na yung mga natalo ngayon, 'di ba? Lalo na sa team na katulad ng Ulfu Ember Phoenix. They're down 0-1, so that means anybody else na natalo dito sa ating bracket ngayon, sila yung mga kalaban nila no? So parang it opens themselves up to so many possible matchups no? So hopefully matingnan nga natin kung ano yung magiging improvements nila on the second day of the Swiss system, as we're gonna be taking a look at the bracket so far. That is a 0-1, 1-0, 0-1, 0-1. So yung mga nanalo dito ay yung Sipto, Oasis, DLSU, pati na rin ng PH Reject. So yung mga nanalo, sila yung maglalaban-laban. Yung mga natalo, well, ito naman yung mga mag-aabot-abot mamaya sa ating round.
Absolutely. This is crazy how these teams performed today. I mean, looking at the way that every game was played, it was to a T. I mean, we did see some lopsided games here today in some of the matches, but at the end of the day, great Valorant was displayed. Every player should be proud of themselves with the results that came out for today, regardless if it's a win or a loss. They played their hearts out, and honestly, we wouldn't have it in any other way. But I am very much excited to see what is going to happen in the following days of this Predator League Philippine qualifiers, considering it's absolutely beautiful. But once again, congratulations to all the teams, and especially doon sa latest natin sa PH Rejects. And sadly, hindi nanalo dito ang Ulfu Ember Phoenix. They weren't really able to conquer the curve, but maybe you could, as you were able to conquer the curve with the Predator's X34's Infinity Widescreen, having it as your new battleground. Dive into the abyss, wreak havoc, and claim victory. Get the competitive edge available at Acer Predator Concept Store's authorized resellers and the Acer online store.
Yeah, I like that. Well, why don't you watch this, diba? Kaya mo bang ilaro yung laro na parang si Nexy? Na kung baka na-master na nga ba niya yung pagiging cipher niya? Well, look no further than the X39, because you can also master the game with the Predator X39's expansive display. Every war is an epic, and every frame is harmony in hertz. Plunge into the abyss, unleash your destructive power, and reshape reality with the X39. Shop now at Acer Predator Concept Stores, authorized resellers, or the Acer online store. Lahat ng yan, makikita nyo lamang sa ating mga stores dito. So check out now ang mga monitors, pati na rin ang mga top-of-the-line laptops natin. Pero ladies and gentlemen, that is it for day 1 of the Swiss system, the debut of Lumicast, pati na rin ang ibang mga players at teams na meron tayo dito sa Philippine qualifiers. And I hope na makita namin kayo tomorrow sa day 2 of the Swiss system sa Filipino qualifiers ng Predator League 2026. Ako nga pala si Ramon, siya nga pala si Bluey. Mga pogi niyong kasos ay magkikita-kita bukas ulit para sa mga labanan sa Swiss system.
Bye!
One enemy